It's been a motion to excuse Senator Broadway until 7:10 p.m. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by, who was that? There's been a motion to excuse Senator Broadway until 7:10 p.m. Is there a second?
Second, Carol.
Seconded by Carol. We're now in discussion.
Call the question.
Or call the question. Objection to call the question.
Consent.
Consent. Objection to consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Carroll.
Motion to excuse Senator Shalinov after 7 p.m.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Shalinov after 7 p.m. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Christiani. We're now in discussion.
Call the question.
Already call the question. Objection to call the question.
Consent.
Consent. Objection to consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Floor of Senator LePage.
Motion to excuse Senator Salazar after 9 p.m.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Salazar after 9 p.m. Is there a second?
Second, Yamanishi.
Second by Yamanishi. We're now in discussion.
Call the question.
I already call the question. Objection to call the question.
Consent.
Already consent. Objection to consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Benandari.
Motion to excuse Senator Martinez at 7:15 p.m.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Martinez at 7:15?
Yeah.
At 7:15 p.m. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Littlepage. We're now in discussion.
Call the question.
I already called the question. Objection to call the question.
Consent.
I already consent. Objection to consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Floor is open. If not, we'll go into proxies. Floor is open for proxies. No proxies? Okay, going to external reports. The Chancellor's representative. I see the Vice Chancellor and the attendees. Holly, would you mind moving the Vice Chancellor over?
Yes, give it about 5 seconds and then she'll be added to the panel.
Sounds good. Take your time. Hello, Vice Chancellor, are you there?
So I'm here. I apologize for being late. No one had sent me the Zoom link until just now, but I thought I was going after Maricela. Did I miss that already?
Oh, I was just going down the agenda in order.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I can call Maricela now if would the executive director like to give the report now or later?
Either way, I'm just my video wasn't on and I just restarted, so I'm sorry if I missed anything else. Where are you on your agenda?
We are in Chancellor's representative reports, and the Vice Chancellor said they'd prefer to go after you. Would you be able to give your report now?
Sure, if the Senate if the chair calls on the executive director report.
Anyone have a preference?
No.
Okay, yeah. Executive director reports.
Okay, so unlike good afternoon or good evening. Most of, in fact, all of my reports are authored by me, and I offer my synopsis of how the week has gone, in addition to answer any questions. Tonight it's a little different. I've been asked to read a statement into the record. I did not write this statement, but I am going to read it. As you all know, and I offered this just the last couple of weeks as well, any student, faculty, or staff member who does not feel comfortable delivering their own message to the Senate or anywhere else, I do offer reading their questions or statements out loud. I offered that just last week, and I did receive a request to read a statement out loud into the record. So a question to the chair: is this recognized by you as appropriate?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and read this out loud, and I will then send the narrative text to the minute takers that we have for this meeting. Is that agreeable with the chair?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the statement. Since the beginning of the school year, and especially in the last few weeks, many concerns have been shared with me by members of the Senate, BCU leaders, and other students on campus related to the Senate pro tempores. As the executive director of the association, I tried to the best of my ability to remain uninvolved in the activities of the Senate in order to respect the independence and integrity of the institution as a student-led space. However, the concerns I am about to address have arisen to a level of potential threat to student safety and well-being, and I feel it is my legal and moral duty to make these concerns aware to the Senate and to the general student body, as the individuals who brought these concerns to me do not feel safe in the Senate chambers, and they do not feel safe stating these grievances themselves due to the conduct of the Senate pro tempores. Now I will touch on the issues brought to me by several members of the association. Specific concerns that were brought to my attention include the following that I did add. Manipulating Robert's Rules of Order to limit discussion on issues, especially when senators want to express views contrary to that of the Senate pro tempores. Number two, pressuring members of the Senate to not have individuals proxy for them because the Senate pro tempores believe they would challenge their agenda if present. Number three, attempting to block the appointment of individuals to positions within the association due to personal or political biases. Number four, attempting to remove members of the Senate from their position because of how they voted on pieces of legislation. Number five, publicly calling out and berating other members of the Senate and individuals in the association during Senate meetings in an attempt to intimidate those who voice opposition to the agenda of the Senate pro tempores. Number six, threatening to inhibit someone's political career in the association or block any future piece of legislation they put on the Senate floor if they take action contrary to the wishes of the Senate pro tempores. Number seven, attempting to withhold or decrease funding from certain BCUs due to politically motivated reasons. Number eight, attempting to silence the speech of BCUs or their ability to affiliate with other campus organizations. Number nine, threatening violence against other students on campus for expressing views contrary to their own. Number 10, deliberately singling out and harassing individuals for actions they have taken, including participating in an effort to reveal personal information of individuals on social media. Number 10, demonizing registered campus organizations on social media and launching unsubstantiated accusations against them. Number 12, discriminating against any student or campus discriminating against any student on campus due to a protected identity, including but not limited to race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexuality, etc. Number 13, using your position as an AS senator or position as an AS Senate pro tempore to coerce, intimidate, harass, or discriminate against any member of the association or student on campus. I would like to remind you all, I would like to remind you that all members of the association are bound to abide by Policy 1 of AS Legal Code, and several of the alleged allegations brought to my attention are in violation of not just that policy, but also UCSB student conduct policies, as well as local, state, and federal laws. These allegations will be investigated by the relevant AS and campus-wide offices over the next few weeks. I would also like to further state that any sort of retaliation against individuals based on the statements being delivered by myself and the Vice Chancellor today will be included in the ongoing investigations taking place and prosecuted to the full extent of campus and AS policies. My aim in delivering the statement is to give all members of this body a chance to reflect on their behavior and seek to uphold the standard you all agreed to comply with upon taking the oath of office as an elected official highlighted in Policy 1, and also to comply and also comply with all campus-wide, local, state, and federal laws going forward. That concludes the statement I was given to read.
I believe we are in Vice Chancellor's report still.
Okay, so would you like me to start now that Maricela has read that statement?
Yes, please.
So good evening, everyone. I'm here as the Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs. Some of the concerns that were read out by Executive Director Dr. Marquez are concerns that have also been reported to my office. I wanted to be here to clarify that I periodically receive requests from students asking me to intervene in the operations of associated students. Specifically, I am sometimes asked to comment on or sanction the behavior of specific elected officials, to remove individuals from their positions, or to interfere with association business. I do not and will not interfere in association business, since this organization is student-led and your legal code provides some very specific procedures to address these sorts of issues. To take actions within the association would be an overreach of my authority. So I want to remind you and encourage you to make the use of your own policies and procedures. The commitment that you made, and in fact, the great experiment that you are involved in, is to be responsible for the leadership of this campus, to represent the student body and to represent the best and highest ideals of our campus. And I am really distressed to hear the kinds of reports of behavior that are coming forward this year. So I want to remind you that AS standing policies and procedures promise to respond swiftly to reports of abusive conduct and bullying, and to take appropriate action to stop, prevent, correct, and discipline behavior that violates the AS Code of Conduct. The AS Code of Conduct is enforceable within the association, and I do not have jurisdiction over this policy, but you do. And you can make the use of that policy and report misconduct as you are beginning a process tonight. The executive office within the Associated Students, the Office of the Student Advocate General, is supposed to audit and monitor compliance with the legal code for Associated Students. So I want to make sure that you know the mechanisms that are available to you within Associated Students, and that you and the other officers within the organization have responsibility and can make sure that those policies and procedures are followed. If there is a violation that is brought forward to the university level and that we are asked to respond at the university level, the other relevant policies are the Student Conduct Code and also now the University of California's anti-discrimination policy. And I believe that some of the behaviors that are reported may also be violations of those policies and can be brought forward as such. I want to encourage you to make use of the procedures that are available to you. I'm distressed to hear about the conduct that students are reported. And I'm sorry that within this organization that is representing the highest ideals of our campus, that these kinds of behaviors are being reported. And I hope and trust that they will be reviewed and investigated in all seriousness and within an appropriate time frame. So thank you for giving me a chance to clarify what policies and procedures might apply and where to start.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Before I open the floor for questions, I'd like to ask either the Vice Chancellor or Dr. Marquez if they could confirm that, I just want to get ahead of it, I was not one of the students who brought any of these allegations.
I think the chair would be best in the best position to make that declaration.
Okay. Well, I was not one of the students who made one of these allegations. Okay, yeah, floor is open. Christiani?
Yeah, I had a question, if I could, for the executive director. I'm curious, based on your knowledge of the Senate's inner workings and your interactions with the pro tems, if you can offer any assessment or any thoughts as to whether you agree with any of the statements made, or are you not commenting on anything else at this time?
Thank you, Senator. I'm not commenting on this time, on any of this at this time. The majority of what I know there are confidential investigations taking place outside of my purview, outside of my office, and outside of associated students. How the association moves forward for themselves, that is for you all to decide. As I stated at the beginning, though I have read similar statements in the past, I just want to reiterate, I did not actually write any of the statement that I read. I did so in agreement with folks that feel that they do not feel safe in expressing their own opinions. Does that help, Senator?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Floor is open. Senator Lebowski.
I was just curious as to why we are speaking during I guess before a public forum and before we introduce legislation, why we haven't discussed this as a Senate together in a more like informal and empathetic environment than you know, on a very stark and cold public forum floor.
Senator, to whom do you direct the question?
I to you, Dr. McKay.
My understanding is that it is the folks that did collaborate to write the statement that I read out transcends beyond the Senate, and it includes members of BCUs, of our entities, as well as general members of the association. That perhaps would be the answer, but I don't have a unique answer to your question, Senator.
Senator Lebowski.
I guess for Dr. Marquez or I don't know if Jessica's here, but if any of these people that have felt this way, why they haven't or if you know why they haven't put in an AG case or a JC case to go through with this.
Was that a question or a statement? I'm sorry.
It was a question. Why
Okay.
they if they have or why they haven't gone through an AG or JC case. That was for Dr. Marquez.
Okay, Dr. Marquez.
I do not know.
Senator Benandari.
I had a question for Executive Director Dr. Marquez. How long ago were these reports made?
For me, I think that what I know is the reports that are that underpin at least the statement that I read are within the last 10 days or so.
Senator Benandari, you still have your hand raised. Is that a follow-up?
Oh no, it just stayed up there, but thank you for answering that.
Senator Zah.
A question to Dr. McKay. The Vice Chancellor said her office will conduct investigation on those reports. My question is, what kind of action, if there is any, will you be taken on those alleged violations?
Thank you, Senator Zah. I as a university official, have referred every single person that has issued any kind of complaint or worry or concern to all of the places that I normally refer folks to, which includes both confidential resources as well as compliance offices that are outside of associated students. In addition, And the Senate does this just about every week, and make people aware that they can actually access the Attorney General's office, the Student Advocate General, and so on. And so those referrals have all taken place, Senator.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Floor is open. Senator Martinez, A. Martinez.
Hi, good evening. I had a question for the Vice Chancellor. I was going to ask, were these reports made before the last Senate meeting specifically with the time frame?
Is that for the Vice Chancellor or Dr. Marquez? Sorry, I missed it.
Vice Chancellor.
Senator Martinez, some of this information was beginning to come forward. I think it's important to remember that these are allegations and that anybody who is the subject of these has a chance to answer, but the information started to come forward a little more than a week ago, as Executive Director Mark has indicated, but some of the information was just put together in a more complete form very recently, in the last day or so. Is that helpful?
Thank you. Oh, okay, excuse me. Thank you.
Floor is open. If there are no further questions, I'd like to move on. Okay, cool. Thank you, Vice Chancellor, and thank you, Dr. Marquez. Moving on, UCPD representative, GSA representative, USEN Governance Board representative, IVCSD representative. Okay, before we get into new business, we have a lot of BCUs waiting. So I would like to go into BCU reports like last week before moving on with regular business. First, is Cosweb here? Yes. Holly, would you like to?
Objection to the decision of the
Senator
chair.
Zah. Yeah.
Yeah. I do understand that there are a lot of BCUs, but there are also a lot of legislations, and some of them are time sensitive. So I'm wondering if we can just go down the agenda, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to do so as well. Someone can make a motion if they want to go to BCU reports, but if not, I'll continue down the agenda. Okay, first, new business, a resolution to include a lock-in fee for the Associated Students Global Gaucho Commission to the first Shelanov.
Hi, it's good legislation. Yeah. So the Global Gaucho Commission is a really great BCU that provides the only services that the association directly provides to international students. In discussion, it's become pretty clear that the funding level that's currently available to them isn't letting them honor the mission. In particular, they're serving 13% of the student body while operating on a relatively small budget. Oh, if you could please resolve the comment, just so, yeah. Essentially, the process here would be that if this legislation is passed, pending the final approval of some higher authorities, this question that's currently in the middle of the screen would be posed to the student body. And the question is, do you support $1 per quarter plus a third of $1 for the summer quarter per student for the Global Gaucho Commission? And in particular, I want to draw your attention to the part where it says to promote the welfare of international and domestic students by supporting and creating campus initiatives that celebrate international students' cultures, make UCSB more inclusive to international students, and enhance the educational experience of all students by enabling them to interact with and learn from people and cultures from around the world. This language might be amended by, if I'm not mistaken, I forget exactly the body, but the next level of authority needs to review this. But essentially, it's very important that this language represents our vision for the lock-in, because the lock-in fee ballot language is the legal contract between the student body and the organization that's the recipient of that lock-in. And so we put a considerable amount of time into formulating this exact wording because I think that it creates the right incentive structure. So yeah, I think that Senator Jha could speak much more to a lot of the rest of the legislation, and I want to especially thank Senator Jha and CISA for their hard work on this. The Chinese Students and Scholars Association works really closely with GGC, and they stand to benefit a lot in terms of alleviating what should be AS funding things often falls to CISA. So this can help.
Thought the executive director had a hand up. Would you like to jump in before I? Yeah.
If the first and second agree, I just wanted to explain the process for mandatory campus-based fees.
Senator Shalanovs and Zha, is that all right?
Yeah, of course.
So the next review would be in elections, and then it would go to the Office of the President in collaboration with the campus, with UCSB's senior leadership before it is agreed upon or brought back to the Senate for the final wording of the ballot. So generally that's the process.
Senator Zha to the second.
Yeah, so to start, I just want to thank Senator Shalom for helping me with the complex financial structure of AIs and how those things will work. I really appreciate that. So this locking, as just mentioned, will be assigned to the Global Cultural Commission, and it will essentially give that BCU that amount of money, 2/3 of that amount of the money, because we have returned to it for their yearly budget. I say there are lots of things to do tonight, so I won't go too much into details. But a point I want to emphasize is that this locking fee, it's not about, so normally we would take people who often speak about a certain BCU at their face. In the case of the GGC, it's me and Billy. But locking fee is different. It will be every year. In 2 years' time, I will be gone, Billy will be gone, the authors will be gone, and the Senate will be gone. But the locking fee stays. So if you think the cost of the GGC, which is helps the international students, is a worth it cost, please vote yes on it. Do not do it because you like me, you like Billy, but because you believe in the cause the GGC is doing. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Zha. Senator Wang.
Hey, Ephraim and Mingdring. I just want to say that I'm fully aware of the great work that GGC does. My question to you is that I understand the reason why the lock-in number is 99 cents per student per quarter, because there's that whole thing of lower than $1, right? To make it more likely to pass on the spring election ballot. My question to you is, GGC does a lot of great work. So would you foresee that this lock-in does increase in upcoming years?
Thank you for the great question, Senator Bang. So there is a chance we may need to increase its locking in the following years. But at GGC and its program and its spending at it right now, I felt the proposed amount is sufficient. If there is need to increase in the future, we have a process to that as well. Okay.
Thank you.
Inez.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, being in F&B, like, I see all the GGC requests and I see all the CISA requests coming in, and I get to hear about all their cool events. So I think that this would definitely be a well-used lock-in fee. So I just wanted to say, give my support for that as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Floor is open. If no more questions or comments, you can make a motion on the bill. Resolution, sorry.
Question to the chair, should I make a motion on the bill? As
Yeah.
the resolution?
Absolutely.
A
Senator Shaw?
motion, a motion to vote on a resolution to propose a locking fee for the Global Cultural Commission by. We can now do a hand vote. Yeah,
You can do hand vote. We call it hand vote over Zoom when we used to meet a lot over Zoom. People just raise their hand as a reaction.
okay, sounds good. I motion to pass a resolution to propose a locking fee for the Global Cultural Commission by a hand vote.
There's been a motion to pass a resolution to include a lock-in fee for the Associate Students Global Gaucho Commission by hand vote. Is there a second? Second by Senator
Second.
Littlepage. We're now in discussion.
Called question.
I call the question. Objection. I call the question.
Consent.
Objection. Consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Adler, I see your hands up, but we are in a vote. Could I call on you after the vote?
Yeah, that was for the vote. That was doing
Oh, okay. Okay.
prematurely.
Okay.
Excuse
Raise
me.
your the votes will be yes, pass, no, don't pass, or abstain. Remember, abstentions do count towards the vote total. Raise your hand for yes, pass. Holly, could you double check my count too?
Yeah, no problem.
I got 14 yes.
I also count 14 yes. Oh, and Mingjen, are you raising your hand as well? Okay,
yeah.
you would be
Okay.
15.
15 yes. Okay. For no, please lower your hands and then raise them for no. I'll give people a second to lower their hands. Okay, raise your hand for no. Senator Benandari, I just want to make sure. Are you raising your hand for no?
No,
Oh,
sorry.
okay, I'm gonna lower your hand. You're good. Okay, 0 no's. And abstentions? Okay, resolution passes unanimously. Moving on to a bill to specify executive orders as an explicit power to the ASUCS president, to the first wing. Senator Wing.
So I just wanted to say that before we talk about this resolution, there's a lot of people, a lot of BC reports that I would like to get through. I feel like that takes precedence, but for all the resolutions or bills that are like on a time constraint, I feel like those should go first. And then we move into BC reports and then we move back into new business. Is that fine with everyone?
For that as well. Can authors raise their hand if they believe that the resolution is time sensitive? Senator Sean. Oh, Senator Sean, have you done like 3 of these? Do you know, is it all of them or just oh, is it the lock-in one?
Both the lock-in and TOC are time sensitive.
Okay. Are there any other ones? If not, let's go straight into TOC. Okay. Okay. A bill to amend TOC legal code. To the first row, who I believe was absent. So Senator Shalnov.
Everybody, this is mostly Senator Rowe's legislation, so I want to make sure that she gets the credit for putting this together. It's a pretty complex legal code project. It's an update to reflect changes that have already in practice been in effect at the Technology and Media Services Committee. We're changing it to Technology and Operations Committee. There's a few pretty significant changes. Frankly, I don't think that's terribly easily summarizable. I would ask that you read the legislation. But in particular, it's going to be adding several honoraria earning members, and so there's a fiscal impact as well. And as always with these fiscal impacts, they it's a one-time payment from some unallocated to cover the honoraria for the remainder of the year, and then in future years it will be baked into the budget of the committee itself. And they've already accommodated that in their budget request and in F&B's preliminary budget allocation, and in my understanding in the president's budget allocation as well. This is something that Sean and everyone in the tech side has been really pushing for, and I'd appreciate if this was able to be passed so that they can start spring quarter with the changes that they need.
Floor is open. If there's no questions, I definitely recommend tabling this bill. Senator Yamanishi,
Motion to table a bill to amend the TOC legal code for 1 week.
there's been a motion to table a bill to amend the TOC legal code for 1 week. Is there a second?
Second, Carol.
Seconded by Carol. We're now in discussion.
Question to the to Senator Yamanishi. Will you be amenable to amend your motion to table the bill for next meeting because we don't meet next week?
Yeah, table the bill for till the next Senate meeting is amendable to me.
Okay. There's been a motion to amend the previous motion to say a motion to table a bill to amend TOC legal code until the next meeting. Is there a second?
Second,
Seconded by Za. We're now in discussion.
question,
I already called the question. Is there objection to call the question?
consent.
Or consent,
Consent.
objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay. And I'm going to go right to a resolution to include a lock-in fee for the Associated Students Commission on Disability. To the first, Senator Shalnov.
Yeah. The I'm just double checking that the changes that needed to have been made for this to be passed were made. Yes. So yeah, very similar story to GGC, in that code has recently been expanding what they're trying to accomplish. And in particular, they're trying to actually be the funders for various disability related issues on campus, including improving accessibility, for them to have a funding stream to be able to work on these issues. We need to create additional space in the budget, and the lock-in fee process is the appropriate one, in my opinion, here. And I want to reiterate again that this legislation only places the question to the student body. It doesn't, in fact, create the lock-in. So with a few other stakeholders' approval, this question will go to the student body as to whether or not they're interested in funding. So I hope that you vote yes on this. And I just want to be clear on the framing here that voting no here is saying that you don't want to pose the question. It's not necessarily, if you oppose the lock-in, you might still want to vote yes. So thank you.
The second, Senator Za.
Yeah, so I want to give a shout out to Chair Sticky Upcode, who has helped me a lot when drafting this resolution. He basically wrote all as clauses. Yeah, so this lucky is not about Dan, not about Yao Yao, but about disabled students on campus. If you think that's a worthy cause, please vote yes. I yield.
Senator, floor is open.
A motion to vote on a resolution to include a lock-in fee for the Associated Students Commission on Disability Equity by a hand vote.
There's been a motion to vote on a resolution to include a lock-in fee for the Associated Students Commission on Disability Equity on the ballot. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Little Page. We're now in discussion.
Question.
I already called the question. Is there objection to call the question?
Consent.
I already consent. Is there objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Same deal. Raise your hand for yes, this resolution should pass. I'm getting 12. Is that right, Holly? Oh, 13. 14. Okay, I'll give it another second.
Yes, I count 14 also.
Okay, perfect. Now lower your hands. Hands for no. Hands for abstention. A resolution passes unanimously. Okay, and then going to back up to a resolution to establish a temporary Black Empowerment Senate Committee. To the first, Broadway.
Hello, everyone. So 2 weeks ago, I presented a resolution to condemn anti-Blackness, and this bill to establish a temporary Black Empowerment Committee is set to be the result of that resolution. In this committee, I would like to look into specific things to empower our Black community on campus to make our students feel more included and safe. So just to like kind of summarize what we wrote in this bill was to look into the student code of conduct, look into restorative justice policies, and fix our anti-Blackness trainings, as well as posting our results on social media outlets and conducting surveys with our Black students to gain feedback on what we're doing as a committee. And yeah, that's all I really have to say.
To the second, Salazar.
Yeah, this is just an extension of the last resolution. Technically it's temporary because our main goal is to improve Black student retention rates at UCSB and just make it a more inclusive and safe environment for the Black community. So that's really what we're trying to accomplish here. And Nayeli has been great in just bringing this resolution and being in contact with everyone to find out what's best for the Black community. So yeah, I'm just excited about this.
To the third, Wang.
Hi, everyone. So as the previous two authors have mentioned, this is in response to last week's resolution to condemn anti-Blackness, because we can point out issues, but if there's no action to take against these issues, then there's nothing to be done. So this resolution is to take action against anti-Blackness. Now, if you direct your attention to one of the whereas clauses where there's a spreadsheet that says compiled campus profile data, that's something that I looked through campus profiles for the past 10 years. I checked the number of Black/African-American undergrad students that were enrolled. And if you look for the past 10 years, we've only seen a 0.13% increase in the number of Black students enrolled, which is honestly, to me, quite shocking because it goes to show that there hasn't been any real growth in admitting of Black/African-American students since 10 years ago. And the reason why this committee is so necessary is there are a lot of systemic issues within the associated students, and this committee would do its part to begin alleviating some of the harm that has been done and work towards a more equitable future. And something to consider is this is also a bill. So what we wanted to do with this resolution is to allocate honoraria for members at large of this committee, because otherwise they just would be not getting paid for their work. And this is a committee that will be enacted for 2 years. So after 2 years, it would be dissolved. But the issue of honoraria would be something that I would like to ask the rest of Senate as well as Dr. Marquez of how feasible it is to set up a potential funding stream for this committee for the next quarter and also the next year.
And I just put in the posting, but the flame is off.
Thank you, Senator. Was that a question directed towards Dr. Marquez?
I'd say that I'd first like to have discussion about the rest of the bill, and then I'd like to direct that question to Dr. Marquez potentially after discussion.
Clarification. With that, floor is open. Senator Zah.
Yes, I have a question about legislative technicality with specific regard to Clause H, which says it will be dissolved after 2 years. The problem is that this committee was set under the framework of temporary committees, which means it will automatically dissolve when this Senate term out. Yeah, that's the question.
That question was directed towards
authors of the bill.
Oh, Senator Broadway? Sorry, I didn't see your hand up.
Yeah, so when I was putting this legislation together, I met with Tessa, and we talked about making it a temporary committee. So what I did, well, she said that I could state in one of the clauses that I wanted the temporary committee to last for more than one Senate term. So we had the Attorney General also check it, and she said that there were no issues with it. If there's someone else that you guys would like me to run it by, I can do that, but I did have the Attorney General look into it to make sure that that part was okay and still legal. I yield.
Yes, so the reason I asked this question is because we had the same question last year when we tried to have a temporary committee that lasts more than one Senate term. And the answer from last year was that we cannot. So I want to put this question of technicality to the IVP and potentially Dr. McKay as well.
Could you restate the question for me?
Yes, so should a temporary committee last more than the term of the Senate that set it up?
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So temporary committees, they would be established via resolutions, and resolutions do expire right at the end of the term. But in similar circumstances between the 72nd, 73rd Senate, we did just have we just had the Senate reaffirm the bill. Like the next Senate just reaffirmed the bill immediately. Um, that could be an option. If not, yeah, you'd have to write that straight into legal code. Dr. Marquez, do you have any advice?
I think that, well, I know that that's how it has worked in the past. The outgoing and incoming Senate has one overlapping night where you all transfer your authority to the next senator, a set of Senate. And so at that time, that would be an ideal transition. The other thing that would ensure that it's continuity would be adding the financial impact to both, having a financial, if there's a financial impact that the Senate wants to consider, you put it into the enacting legislation or resolution in this case. And then also, if the incoming Senate confirms that they want to extend the life of the Senate's temporary committee, ad hoc committee, then they should be also invited to include a financial impact at that time.
Thank you, Dr. Senator Zod. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Should I make a suggestion to the authors? I would be much more comfortable to vote yes for this resolution if it was in the form of a bylaw amendment. Because in my view, you can just amend the bylaw and do the exact same thing without running into those perhaps muddy legislative problems. Yeah.
Senator Wade?
I fully agree with that, Senator Shaw. Right now, the form of the legislation is in the form of a bill, not a resolution. So it would be a bylaw change. That's why we put it on the agenda for this week, because it is a bill. All bills have to be tabled for 1 week. So this is the week that we figure out all of these technicalities, which I guess we have just figured out at the Senate meeting. I yield. But thank you, Senator Shaw, and thank you, Dr. Marquez.
Thank you, Senator Wade. Floor is open. If there are no more questions or comments, I would recommend making a motion.
If it's fine with the authors, a motion to table a resolution to establish a temporary Black Empowerment Senate Committee to the next Senate meeting.
There has been a motion to table a resolution to establish a temporary Black Empowerment Senate Committee to the next Senate meeting. Is there a second? Yes,
Doesn't it say a bill? Is it a resolution?
the title,
Is it a resolution or a bill? Yeah.
I amend my previous motion to a bill.
Yeah, could that be edited in the agenda, please?
Yes, absolutely. That's weird. It's linked directly to the bill, but it still has the yeah, let me edit that. While I edit that, Senator Shalanoff.
I'm just waiting in discussion on the motion.
Okay, gotcha. I didn't hear a second, so the motion does die, but if
Second.
Okay. Senator Shalanoff.
Thank you. Would it not be most appropriate to table this to a committee? I don't know which one, but especially if you're intending to work on it, and it sounds like it's a larger group of people intending to work on it, or to the authors is fine, but it does feel like several of the standing committees might be appropriate here.
Floor is open.
Uh,
I think that's directed to the authors.
Senator Broadway, how do you feel about that?
Just for clarification, can it be tabled to any of the committees? Because if so, then I'm fine with tabling it to EAC or outreach, sorry.
Yeah,
I was kind of leaning toward outreach as well. So could we maybe kill this, like let this motion die, and I'll motion to table it to outreach?
I withdraw my previous motion.
Motion's been withdrawn.
Senator
Shalanoff.
Motion to table a bill to establish temporary Black Empowerment Senate Committee to the outreach committee until the next Senate meeting.
There's been a motion to table a bill to establish a temporary Black Empowerment Senate Committee to the Outreach Committee until the next Senate meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Salazar. We're now in discussion.
I have a question.
I recall the question. Is objection to call to question?
Consent.
Or consent? Is there objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay. Is it fine if we go to BC reports? There's a lot of people waiting right now. Is that cool with everyone? Okay. Back to board commissions and unit reports. COSWEB. Holly, would you mind moving Leanne over? Oh wait, I can do it. There we go. Leanne, you may begin whenever Zoom lets you.
Okay, hi, I'm Leanne. I'm the vice chair of COSWEB, which stands for the Commission on Student Wellbeing. If anyone wants a visual of the report, it was attached in last week's, as a response to last week's Senate agenda. But yeah, I can kind of read through it. So the total amount we spent this quarter was approximately $4,720.69. That does not account for money spent in the fall for events this quarter. So that includes our fitness classes. And then the percentage of the total budget, including rollover, that we've spent up to this point, so including fall and winter, is 85.29%. And then moving on to groups that we funded, we contributed $350 for the Muslim Student Association for their Ramadan Iftar dinners, and we approved funding of $400 for Gauchos for Recovery to contribute towards purchasing additional overdose prevention kits. Some of the events that were held this quarter was vision board making. We also had weekly Pilates classes, weekly cycling classes held through the RecCen, the Menstrual Equity and Sustainability Summit, which our Women's Health Coordinator spoke on, overdose prevention kit distribution with Gauchos for Recovery, National Eating Disorder Awareness Week tabling, and then upcoming in the next 2 weeks is Dog Day, COSWEB Petting Zoo, and the Fun Essentials booth, and the Study Jam. And then some other projects that our members were working on this quarter were our weekly newsletter, our Instagram and website. I served
as the concept representative on the Student Neurodiversity Task Force, and our mental health coordinator served on the Student Mental Health Task Force. And then we also hired and onboarded a new financial coordinator. Some projects that are in the work for next quarter. We'll be having a weekly HIIT class with the rec cen, a weekly yoga class with the rec cen, bike repair workshop, a Chicano cooking class, an Asian gardening cooking class. And as many of you have maybe received my emails about, we're currently planning an overdose prevention week for the first week of spring quarter. This will be April 1st through 5th, and we'll be tabling in the Arbor from 11 to 3, distributing overdose prevention kits with Gouches for Recovery and other like free foods and gift cards. We've got about 15 other organizations set to table with us. And also we'll have some other events going on that week. And we'll also be pushing out a petition regarding Narcan availability at university student housing and Greek life facilities, which we've been working with Gouches for Recovery, the Basic Needs Committee, and Public and Mental Health Commission to write.
Juliet, floor is open for questions. Okay, thank you so much for coming, Leah.
Thank you.
Next, Investment Advisory Committee is Reed here. I don't see Reed in the audience. Okay, we'll come back. After Black Women's Health Collaborative. Let me move you right over. And Patricia, you may begin whenever you're able.
Are you able to hear me? Hello?
Hi, yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. So for funding requests that we had this quarter, we did for our own event, it was for Spiritual to Summit with Maya, we had $400 for supplies, which included sound bowls for the presentation. And then we funded $500 for the MCC Jackson interns Weaving Autonomy. We also did $750 for OBSD funding for Black Celebration. We funded $9,000 for the OBSD Transforming Trauma Conference with Dr. Joy as a speaker. For events that we had a Valentine's Day social where we invited members of the community as well as board members to be in community with one another to promote self-love of one another and also just being in space. And then we also did our first general body meeting of the year, and it was a zine making workshop, which is basically just a collage. And we introduced the board and talked about what our positions entail, as well as the origins of BWHC for people interested in joining the board or just being a part of our community. And then we had another general body meeting that was in collaboration with Code, I believe. And we that was also a success. It was right before another event that we had that same day, which was the R&B. We had an R&B concert in collaboration with Kaj and ASOP, which was also a very successful event. We brought pizza, food, and we hired the 90s Babies to perform at the event. And it was just an open community event at Little Acorn Park. And that was on February 29th. And then we did a study jam collaboration with the ADCRC, which was basically held during midterm season. And we just held space for people to be able to study and work on their projects. We also opened up our shadow applications, which is essentially a program we started where we have prospective people interested in BWHC who come and shadow our board members to learn about the positions and what they might be interested in on the board for when we start recruiting next quarter. So that already got started. We did the interviews and we'll have our final people decided by the end of the quarter in the next like week or so. And then as far as like upcoming projects, we're deciding to do a retreat happening in April. Still working on planning that. But the planning process is already started. And the idea is to invite the founders of BWHC as well as prospective BWHC members to be in community so that we can foster a good board for next year. And then we are still working on the Black hair care vending machine. We're still talking to certain people, but that's a project that we'd like to have more developed and hopefully finished sometime in spring quarter, if at least getting hair care products back on campus like we did in previous quarters. And then our two big events that we're currently starting to work on is Black Queer Prom and the Generational Brunch, which are predicted to happen in spring quarter. Thank you.
Trisha, floor is open for questions. If not, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Next, Environmental Affairs Board. I see no. Oh, there's Leanne. Okay, let me move you over. You may begin whenever Zoom allows you to. We can't hear you. Leanne, do you mind if we go to the next BC while we wait for your audio to work and we can go right back to you? Is that all right?
Can everyone hear me all right?
Oh, perfect. Yes, we can.
Okay, cool.
You may begin.
Thank you. Okay, anyways, hi, I'm Leanne. I am the exec chair for Environmental Affairs Board, or EAB. So some events that we've done this quarter, we've had a chalk party at the Santa Barbara Film Festival with the Fearless Grandmothers, and the theme was Waves of Change. So basically, EAB members were able to do chalk art outside the Santa Barbara Film Festival to get as much exposure for environmental activism throughout Santa Barbara. We also hosted Green Chef, which is our quarterly cooking competition that teaches students how to cook in a sustainable manner. We also did a soap making event with Edible Campus program and also a gardening event with them at the Methodist Garden. We also hosted a trip to the Santa Barbara Botanical Gardens for students to check it out. And then some breakout sessions that we did were inviting speakers from Caltrout to come over, teaching students about agroecology, and we did some craft sessions. And of course, this is just a brief list of events that we do since we do them every week, so there's a lot to go over. So in terms of budget, we spent around 10% of our budget this quarter. We do expect to see a lot more expenses next quarter, however, because we are preparing for Ivy Earth Day and we haven't had the money for honoraria taken out of our budget yet, so we're waiting for that. Mostly our money is spent on breakout session materials, event materials, food for general members, and then honoraria and Earth Day. And yeah, so right now we're gearing up for Ivy Earth Day, which will happen on Sunday, April 28th at Onascoyo Park. And this is basically a huge community outreach event for students and people in the community. And we'll have bands playing and different student orgs tabling, as well as little activities for students to engage with us on. And we also have our plastic free fair, which will be kind of like the predecessor to Earth Day, which just teaches students how to decrease the plastic usage throughout their lives. Let's see. And we're also going to gear up for applications for next year's core to come out. But that it will be later on.
Leanne. Floor is open for questions. Okay. If there's no, oh, yeah, Senator Carlson.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming. It's good to see you back at the Senate room. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, thank you, Leanne. Next, we have the Strategic Operations Office. Is Abby here? Oh, there she is.
Hi, everyone. Can you guys hear me all right?
Abby, would you like to
Perfect.
share your?
Yes,
oh,
I'll just share my
okay,
screen.
perfect.
Yeah. And can everyone see that all right? Here, I'll zoom in. I can't.
Great.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. So the Strategic Operations Quarterly Report, just for some background, the Strategic Operations Office is tasked with executing and assessing the strategic vision goals of AS. So we're staying up to date with legislation, we're staying up to date with some projects and all entities, and making sure the overall progress of the association and the university is staying on track. We're also working on some execution of specific projects that our office is working on individually. Really, it can range from anything from the university to students, campus, or IV off campus. And then we're also working and collaborating with different entities and staff to make sure we're producing the best work, and the association is as well. So one of the things we've been working on, shout out Alvin and Diana, is the basic needs vending machine. And so we're working with the Basic Needs Committee and President Vexler to create the Basic Needs vending machine in Pardall Center. It's still in the works right now, but we're collaborating with SRJ to obtain a extremely low-cost Plan B condoms and other reproductive products. We're also including products such as fentanyl test strips, Narcan, which is likely going to be inside Pardall Center, liquid IV, toothpaste, toothbrushes, just to name a few. We're hoping to gain or to have a vending machine with credit card accessibility, and for it to be 24/7, as it would be outside in Pardall Center. But obviously this is still in the works and things are subject to change. So this is what we've been working on right now. It's been great to work with the Senate Basic Needs Committee. And we're really excited for this project to continue growing and manifesting. So yeah, that's one of the big ones we've been doing, and we're really excited about that. To continue, our iPads for Equity project is still in the works, and it's been great to see all the progress that is made and the real life impact it has made on students. So we are gaining support, or we have had support from Basic Needs Tech along this way. And the students have shown immense gratitude for the iPads and have demonstrated their appreciation to the Basic Needs Tech program. Our office does not directly work with the students or even know who those students are that have those iPads, but the Basic Needs Tech Center has told us that they've just been overwhelmingly positive notes. And we're also creating a survey for the users of the iPads to demonstrate what the benefits are of the iPads and to demonstrate their positive impacts. We also applied for the ACCA grant with Basic Needs, which is basically an accessibility grant for students across campus. to expand the DSP portion of the iPads. So I talked a little bit about this last quarter, but DSP, Disabled Students Program, currently has 6 students in the iPads for Equity program. And we work directly with DSP, and we were able to allow those kids with these iPads to loan them out for a year instead of just 1 quarter. So it basically ensures that they get an iPad all year, which is really important. And what we found is that DSP students really truly benefit from these iPads as it creates a more equitable learning environment for everyone. And we were just recently reached out, the Graduate Student Association just recently reached out, and they're going to be implementing a similar program for graduate students. And so we're really excited to help them on that front and give them some pointers and kind of help them. It won't necessarily be the iPads for Equity project, but it will be closely related. We have also worked on the Grammarly. We are working on implementing a partnership with Grammarly for Education to give access to Grammarly Premium for all students. Grammarly for Education is at 3,000 universities across the United States, including UCSF recently, as of like 3 months ago. But there were some major cost barriers that we unfortunately ran into that we were unsure about how, since like they were pretty significant cost barriers. So we're unsure about the continuation of this project. We also had to postpone this project until next quarter because of the passing of Professor Cast, unfortunately and super sadly. Because we were trying, the demo was supposed to be with some of the members of the Undergraduate Council and Academic Senate. And Professor Cass holds the spot of Vice Chair on Undergraduate Council and Academic Senate. So we are currently looking at alternatives for this Grammarly project, as we've kind of run into a wall there, but we're open to new and ways to get around this, but we're continuing to try and strive and work with Grammarly to fix this and see other solutions. And we've also started conversations of the 2025 Strategic Vision Plan with President Vexler, including kind of in relation to her institutional change project. I'm not sure if you guys are super familiar with it. We're just kind of getting started on having a little bit of a collaboration there with Strategic Operations Office and President Vexler. But yeah, we're starting to get the Strategic Vision Plan going for 2025, and we will start creating larger actions this next quarter with that. And we're also still working on getting our website formed so that we will be able to display the findings of our assessment and goals of the vision plan of various entities throughout the organization. So that is all from me. But if you guys have any questions, please let me know. It's great to, I guess, see you all / hear you all today.
Michael would be proud. Senator Zah.
Thank you so much for the detailed report. I have a follow-up about the cost barrier of the Grammarly project. Do you mind to elaborate on that?
Yeah, so the cost barrier was significant because we were able to get Grammarly at a 91% discount. Grammarly Premium is $144 a year, I believe, for an individual membership, which is crazy. But we were able to get a 91% discount, which would be $13 per Grammarly account. But we wouldn't be able to give that for free to students, if that makes sense. So that if you do the simple math and do 13 times 25,000, that's around $325,000 that frankly no one really has to give to Grammarly. And so we're thinking about different ways to go about this, potentially an opt-in program. If you want Grammarly Premium for $13, then you can say yes, but we're still trying to work around some of those issues and kind of challenges that we might face in that sense, in that area. And we're not sure about Grammarly's, they're kind of their idea behind it is that they want it for all students, and if it was an opt-in program, we don't want students choosing between $13, maybe that could really help them in the future, or for Grammarly. It seems we were hoping to give it to students for free, but that just unfortunately was not the case.
Yeah, it sounds to me that project is a great cause for locking fee. And since the locking deadline is tonight, if you are, so I have a quick idea. I'm going to stop typing something down, and if we could finish it tonight, we can pass it as a locking proposal. How do you like this idea?
That would be great. I mean, yeah, if that's something that we could do, I am very open to that. I would love to see that happen. Thank you, Senator Shaw.
Yeah, of course. Okay, I'll start typing right now.
Thank you. If you want my email, I could also put it in the chat.
Yeah, it will be super helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Floor is open. Any other questions for the Strategic Operations Office? Okay, thank you for coming, Abby. Definitely stick around
Thank
just
you.
in case. Next is EJA. Feel free to begin whenever it lets you.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, sorry. Well, hi guys. I am delivering the report on behalf of AES Environmental Justice Alliance. We are an organization that hopes to make a space on campus to discuss environmental justice topics, as well as building a community that empowers one another. We spent 4,580 this quarter so far, spending about 22% of our available budget. We had at least 5 events this quarter. We focused on mainly outreach-oriented events where we invited speakers to come and present at our general body meeting, as well as the individual project chair events. We also co-sponsored events. Some of them were for the African Black Coalition Conference, and we funded supplies for them. The MCC conference, transportation for the Latinx community graduation, and then funding for the Global Anti-Nuclear Conference. We also started a bi-weekly newsletter this quarter, and as far as some further events that we did, we had a blind date with the book event in collaboration with the Women's Center, where we individually wrapped 44 books authored by Black women and provided food and a discussion on environmental issues at this event. We hosted our second general body meeting, and we do these quarterly. At this one, we introduced our board, shared upcoming events, and discussed environmental justice and intersectionality. We also brought Tyrese Mitchum, where he presented his research on the lack of racial ethnic diversity within the ES department on campus. And then we also hosted our environmental justice law panel, where we invited a panel of guest speakers working in environmental law and justice on current issues with the legal field. We had a hiking trip to Lizard's Mouth, and this was in collaboration with BWHE. We hosted a film screening called Deconstructing the Destruction of the DRC. Sorry, it's a alliteration. That's crazy. But this is a film screening and discussion about the DRC, learning more about mining and how this relates to environmental justice. We just recently took a trip to the Miramar Food Pantry. One of our project chairs, I guess, oriented this, and this was basically just a trip to the Sierra Madre villages. Then we hosted our gardening event with the ECP, and I guess that's it for this quarter. I guess in response to next quarter, we're hoping to have a larger presence at Ivy Earth Day. We're still kind of figuring out what this would look like. And next quarter, we'll also be hosting our quarterly GBM and then opening a shadow program. And that's it.
Floor is open. No questions? Okay, thank you so much for coming. Next, we have PMHC. Let me move you over, Cassidy. You may begin whenever.
Hello, everyone. I'm Cassidy. I'm the co-chair of the Public and Mental Health Commission. I will do my best to jump in. I tend to ramble. So, this quarter we spent just under $20,000, making our overall total for this year $33,500 and some change over the past 2 quarters. In terms of programming, we officially had 1 full quarter of co-hosting the Rejuvenation Station with Health and Wellness. It's Tuesday afternoons, and you can get a free massage by a masseuse. So check it out if you want to. It'll be continuing next quarter as well. We hosted a motivational bracelet making event, a nature scrapbooking and flower pressing event as well, with Health and Wellness in the Edible Campus program. I hosted for just my board members an event planning and marketing workshop, and hopefully that can be expanded throughout the rest of my time in AS and maybe brought to other groups as well, because I think it's really crucial information. We hosted a Kisses booth and handed out Hershey's Kisses for Valentine's Day during the Health and Wellness Sexual Responsibility Week. We hosted a arts and crafts event for Transfer Student Mental Health Week with Colton. We co-sponsored the Menstrual Equity and Sustainability Summit with the Human Rights Board and several other organizations. That was a huge hit. We had over 150 attendees, including over 20 people who were there just to work the event. So it was really awesome. In the next couple weeks, tomorrow we have Dog Therapy Day in collaboration with many different mental health related organizations. And then next week, the Finals Essentials booth, which Leanne had mentioned already. We also prepared our board applications for next year and are hoping to start advertising those at the end of this week or early next week. In terms of funding, for other groups, we passed $2,500 for the UC Collegiate Recovery Program retreat. I was able to attend this retreat and give a presentation about how collegiate recovery programs can collaborate with their respective student governments. There were representatives from all 10 UC campuses and their equivalent of Gouches for Recovery for those campuses who do have a collegiate recovery program. We also allocated $6,000 for speaker honoraria for UCSB's 11th annual Social Justice Conference and $6,000 for the Thriving Not Just Surviving Winter Workshop Series hosted by the Thriving Initiative. And then looking into next quarter, again, as Leanne mentioned, we're collaborating for Overdose Prevention Week, and we'll be tabling every day in anticipation of the weekend that is Deltopia. We will be hosting a student mental health task force meeting with Dr. Angela Andrade, kind of leading a conversation about our campus safety plan, which I'm very excited for. We're gonna do it in person this quarter. We're hosting 2 mental health first aid trainings on April 27th. And along with that initiative, we're hoping to recruit 1 more student trainer just as we start to expand the program. We're going to be doing winter self-care packages in collaboration with the Health and Equity Alliance. And then last 2 things, our annual mental health conference will be in May. We have a tentative date, but I don't want to give out false info. So as soon as that's confirmed, we'll send the memo over. And then we're also working on the expansion of our current reproductive justice program at Student Health. For those of you who are unfamiliar with this program, you can go to Student Health and ask for any services relating to your reproductive health care to be covered under this program. And the services don't get charged to your account, they get charged to our program. we don't call it a grant, we call it a program. And we're hoping to, in addition to, expanding marketing efforts for that, also explore the idea of having a similar program relating to gender affirming care, since that's a question we've received a lot. But yeah, just working on the logistics for that. That's all for me. Thank you for listening.
City, floor is open.
Thank you so much for coming, Cassidy. It's been so fun working with PMHC, so I'm glad the rest of the Senate could hear about all the cool things you guys are doing.
Thank you, Senator. Floor remains open. Cassidy, I did have a quick question. You mentioned the Thriving Initiative. Could you tell me a little bit more about what you're doing with them?
Yeah, so I honestly might default the question back over to you since you probably have a better understanding of it. We had a representative from Students Against Sexual Assault come to our meeting actually yesterday to ask for funding the winter Thriving Not Just Surviving workshops. And these are workshops for survivors to come and basically be in a community and learn lots of new kind of skills relating to coping. And yeah, there's lots of different like spiritual and other aspects to it. But yeah, I don't know. You might know more about it than me. But we're just helping fund those.
Absolutely. No, I love them. I
programs.
was just curious if there was going to be multiple partners with them this year or not. But thank you so much for coming. Unless anyone else has any other questions, floor is open. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Cassidy. Next, we have Score. Anyone from Score here? If not, we can come back. Okie doke. GGC. Oh, there he is. Okay. Billy, I'm going to move you over. And you may begin whenever Zoom allows you to.
Hello, can you hear me? All right. So hello everybody. My name is Billy. I am the co-chair for the Global Gaucho Commission. So first of all, I want to thank everybody that voted on that resolution that just passed. I'm really grateful. Okay, so going to my report. Well, it is my honor to stand before you all to discuss one of the initiatives that not only encapsulates the spirit of our university, but also showcase our collective commitment to foster a inclusive and globally engaged campus community. And that is the Global Gaucho Award Program that the Global Gaucho Commission has been working on. So this program is designed to recognize and reward the remarkable efforts of students who have gone above and beyond in their contributions to the international student community. Their actions have not only enriched our campus culture, but also played a pivotal role in ensuring that UCSB remains a beacon of diversity and global understanding. The purpose of the reward is multifaceted. It aims to celebrate the exceptional dedication of these individuals and encourage further engagement among our student body, and most of all, highlight the invaluable perspectives that international students bring to our university. This award underscores the importance of cross-culture exchange and the impact it has on our campus community. The selection for this award was rigorous and based on criteria emphasizing on impact, innovation, inclusivity, and leadership. Candidates were evaluated through a comprehensive review of their contributions, followed by interviews that delve into their motivations and the scope of their impact. And I'm thrilled to announce that after a thorough selection process, we have awarded 16 outstanding individuals from across the globe. These awardees representing a diverse array of cultures and backgrounds have contributed significantly to make UCSB a very welcoming and supportive environment for international students. We're hoping to see the impact of these initiatives to have an increase in engagement of international students in campus activities, a greater awareness among the student body of the unique challenges faced by international students, and the establishment of ongoing supporting mechanism, which just passed, right? Hopefully will pass in the spring, the lock-in fund. And looking forward, the Global Gaucho Award Program aims to expand its reach and impact. And we hope this is the first of many steps to seek and raise awareness to this initiative and encourage more students to contribute to our international student community and foster partnerships across campuses, not just within AS, but above and beyond AS into different student and culture groups, and create a more integrated support network for international students. And thank you for your attention, and thank you for your ongoing support for the Global Gaucho Award Program. And that is all for that. So the Global Gaucho Award Program, as I have explained, has been the main focus of the Global Gaucho Commission throughout this entire quarter. We have been working on the general idea and planning of such event or such award program ever since the winter quarter. And since the Global Gaucho Commission experienced some staffing shortages due to many of our members graduating in fall quarter. With the remaining capacity that we had, we focused our manpower on creating and establishing a very well-rounded evaluation system criteria to ensure that all the applicants who did apply to the award are accurately assessed. And we actually just finalized our finalist and sent out the congratulator email yesterday. So we're very happy that this award program has been very successful. And yeah, that is all the report that I'm going to give. I'm happy to take any questions.
Floor is open. Senator Wang?
Hey, Billy, it's always great to hear from you. It seems that Global Gaucho Commission is doing a lot of great work. Could you elaborate a little bit more on what would it mean to Global Gaucho Commission if the lock-in does pass?
Right, that's a great question. So one of the most important aspect of the lock-in is actually an expansion to the award program that I just spent 20 minutes yapping about. So basically, the award program that we have right now is more of a pilot program in which we are trying to garner or get a better understanding of the existing international student support organization that is out there. So one of the realization that me and a lot of the international leaders in Global Gaucho Commission has come to is that before we have always focused on how in GGC, like how can we create events to attract international students? How can we put on more attractive, speakers or whatever from our point of view to attract more international student engagement with AS. But one of the main problem that we discovered is that international students, regardless of what countries or national origins they are, tend to have this to kind of stay in their own comfort zone and associate only with their respective culture orgs. So for instance, many international students from mainland China are more used to associate themselves with the Chinese Students and Scholars Association rather than the associate students of UCSB. So the solution that we came up with is that instead of trying to establish events from GDC's point of view to establish this connection, we want to create connections with already existing campus organizations that have this connection with different international student groups. So by creating this award program, we have successfully established the connections with a lot of different international student leaders within those organizations that have been contributing to the international communities in ways that we couldn't even imagine before. So having the locked in will help us continue this work tremendously because we've only been able to penetrate 16 about 16 or so international organizations throughout this selection process. But there are many, many more out there that we don't know. So hopefully with this award program, with the lock-in, we can establish a award program that's much grander on scale so that we can really reach out to internationals. So yeah, hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you, Billy.
Floor is open. Cool. Thank you so much, Billy.
All right. Thank you so much.
Next, program. Oh, Senator Carlson. I'm so sorry. Do you have a question?
This is just a question. Billy, I know I was talking, thank you so much. That was a great presentation. I was talking to an Henry Lala. I believe you and him are working together on a fun project for spring quarter. Were you going to be staying in during this meeting to present on that?
Yeah, I think I'll be presenting that if I'm correct under the president's
Yeah,
report.
President's Cabinet report.
Okay.
Perfect. I just wanted to make
Perfect.
sure we got that
Yeah.
situated.
Thank you so much, Eric.
Perfect. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you both. Okay. Next, program board. Is Catherine here? Oh, okay, I see her.
Hi everyone. AS Program Board has had a very successful winter quarter with our events. We put on a variety of different events, including weekly stork shows featuring Ivy bands, weekly free film screenings in Ivy Theater, in addition to other events such as the Blue Bucks Clan Hub Show, Valentine's Day Fest with the plushies and photo booth, Z-Way cultural event in Campbell Hall. We held Battle of the Bands and Battle of the DJs, as well as putting out weekly Spotify playlists. We also did 2 co-sponsorships this quarter. We co-sponsored the EVPLA voter registration drive and co-sponsored the MCC's Shahar Bagh fourfold Garden of Indo-Persian musical collaboration. We're also working on holding AS Program Board's alumni reunion this weekend for the first time in 4 years and after MD's retirement. Then for the future for spring quarter, we are working on the warm-up right now and extravaganza in addition to all of our other smaller events. Then if anyone has any questions, I would be more than welcome to answer them.
Floor is open. Senator Carlson.
Hi. Catherine, thank you so much for coming. We had like earlier meetings in this quarter where we were discussing the topic of AS Program Board's rollover. And I'm wondering, since you're here to report on like kind of the ongoings of Program Board, do you guys have a plan to kind of like oversee or facilitate the kind of expenditure of that kind of sizable amount of money that you guys have?
Yeah, so currently we don't have a plan, but I can work on it next quarter with Chris, our advisor, as well as some other board members to come up with a plan for that.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
There are no further questions. Cool. Thank you so much for coming, Catherine.
Thank you.
Next, we have HRB.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, give us one second.
Oh,
Wait,
sorry.
hold on. Okay, there we go. All
Hello,
right.
everybody. Hello, everyone. I'm Rebecca. I'm the co-chair for the Human Rights Board.
I'm Isabella. I'm the other co-chair of HRB.
We hope that you are all doing well and prioritizing taking care of yourselves as well as setting healthy habits as we enter full throttle into the end of the quarter. We are here today to deliver our winter quarterly report on behalf of the AS Human Rights Board, its various subcommittees, and the BCU Coalition. I just want to warn, we might go a little over time. I'm not sure though. Bear with us. Please stop us if we need to be stopped. We have provided a specific breakdown of all of the Human Rights Board activities alongside any resources for senators or other BCUs.
So onto the BCU Coalition, we held a successful meeting on January 29th of this year. We had a great turnout with representatives from TQCOM, EAB, HRB, Food Bank Committee, advisors, and a couple senators. Thank you to all who attended and shared your perspective. We hope to see you again at the next meeting along with some new faces. We discussed issues such as honoraria, staffing, and BCU autonomy. For more information and on specifics discussed or to look at potential solutions we mentioned, please turn to our minutes of the meeting or a breakdown of our report. And this will all be emailed to the minute takers and to Senate once we conclude.
Yes. Moving on to Human Rights Board activities, our big dog, I guess, for winter quarter was Human Rights Week. Yes. This year's theme was Human Rights in Action. Throughout the week, we learned how to be agents of impactful change by transforming words into action.
As you all witnessed and experienced, week 8 didn't go according to plan. Our resilient and dedicated team rolled with the punches and was still able to make Human Rights in Action wildly successful. To recap each day's theme, on Monday, we had Menstrual Equity and Sustainability Summit with Students for Reproductive Justice, along with various co-sponsors. On Tuesday, we had Sustaining Inclusivity Under an Institution, which was postponed. Wednesday was On Student Activism and Advocacy with the Human Rights Board. That one we did have to change a little bit towards the end, but we were still able to hold that event. On Thursday, we had Racial Equity in the Education System with BWHC, SCORE, and PIP. It was postponed and we're currently working on rescheduling it, so keep your eyes out for that. And finally, on Friday, we had 2 events. The first was Art is Political with Kaj.
Amazing.
It was so beautiful. It was so beautiful. I feel like we could talk about all of the events for a while, but Art is Political was definitely a very beautiful moment. Very lucky to have been able to experience that and share that with the attendees and the performers and everyone involved. And our second event on Friday, final event for the week, was Arts and Meditation in Nature with EAB and Asia. Another moment we had to pivot because that day rained and both events were outside, but we were able to do so thanks to everyone who was involved and being patient, up to date with us.
Yeah. And in focusing on human rights violations domestically and abroad, we hope to foster a community that speaks up against hate and inequality and emphasizes the creation of equitable change. Human Rights Week was filled with fun events and collaborations, as well as insightful conversations that was found in various locations throughout campus. Our info regarding Human Rights Week was also translated into Korean and Mandarin and made available to numerous on-campus organizations that are driven on international platforms. And Human Rights Week and FOC Chair Stacy Shu, Pub Director Jenna, alongside the wonderful members of the Human Rights Board, SRJ, PIP, and Pub. Thank you guys so much for working hard and making this week possible. We recognize and thank you for your efforts.
And then onto what our subcommittees have been up to this quarter. So Students for Reproductive Justice, or SRJ, canvassed with Planned Parenthood. They put on the Sex Ed You Didn't Get in High School event on February 12th. They, as mentioned previously, held a menstrual equity event, which was day 1 of Human Rights Week. There were 150 or so attendees, and it was wonderful. Soham, IVP Kalia was there. We had some other senators. I would turn and see more people I recognized. So it was amazing to see all of campus and people from various areas involved and just engaged as well. They partnered with the Ivy Trading Post on Valentine's Day to table at their trading center outside of the SRB and Lot 22. And finally, as Cassidy mentioned earlier, who is one of our SRJ co-directors, The reproductive justice programming at Student Health is up and running. And for more information, you could find that on SRJ's Instagram or message us for more.
Yeah, and on to subcommittee PIP, or Pages for Individuals in Prison. They held a Feminist on Cell Block Y screening on February 9th at the MCC Theater. It was a documentary screening followed by a panel discussion featuring coaches from the Success Stories program. They also held multiple packing and sourcing days dedicated to sending books to incarcerated folks. They also held the Racial Equity in Education System, or were hosting the Racial Equity in Education System with Black Women's Collective, SCORE, and PIP. That will be postponed, and we'll get back on more information. And they also started their PIP book club that will be hosted during PIP meetings on Fridays.
We submitted our Financial Transparency and Accounting Act forms to Arya Somashaker for January and February. So if you want a detailed list of our expenses from the last 2 months, we would like to direct you over there. And as for future plans, we have a lot. We're planning to table for at least 2 days of the Overdose Prevention Week headed by COSWEB and Gouches for Recovery, as well as table at the Campus Organizations Fair during UCSB's open house. And both of those are in April. Yes. I almost said February. We are currently planning the PIP book chapter event. So excited. We're going to be bringing an alumni of UCSB and also an alumni of HRB down.
Yeah.
So you'll see some information about that up soon. Festival of Culture is coming up in spring quarter, as well as an end of year celebration. Other ongoing projects, we're almost done, we're discussing changes to our legal code and publishing our website soon. Finally, our board applications will be up shortly. We plan to interview on a rolling basis. We will be taking detailed interview notes and send the approved board appointments that will motion on during our meetings to the president and Senate, hopefully by week 5, depending on how many applicants we get and all of that.
Yeah. As our concluding remarks are going on, I'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you to all of the members of the Human Rights Board and all of the members of its subcommittees, alongside the organizations and career staff that worked hard to create a successful winter quarter. We could not have made any of the progress that we made without the community that we've built together and our commitment to upholding transparency, accountability, and inclusivity. I hope that our actions of not only the Human Rights Board, but the hard work of other BCUs and AS organizations demonstrates to the Senate body our commitment to serving UCSB students has not changed. BCUs such as the Human Rights Board work hard to ensure accessibility of necessary resources and facilitating spaces that are centered on communication and protecting autonomy. BCUs are not invisible, and the work we do is integral to the fundamentals of AS. While a large majority of students might not be paying attention to what's happening at meetings, the legislation passed, or the comments made at the expense and labor of BCU autonomy and functionality, the Human Rights Board has taken on the responsibility of paying attention. And I know that we're not the only ones. No organization nor person should feel threatened for their safety and the safety of those they represent. No organization nor person should feel that they cannot carry out the responsibilities that they hold due to retaliation or fear that their identity or autonomy is under siege. We are all trying. We are all students. Let's keep the focus on making change for students of UCSB.
When I feel drained, tired, hopeless, and just overall lost, I look beyond myself. I wanted to read you a bit of a lengthy quote, but a really important one from an episode of Ghost of a Podcast by Jessica Lanyadoo. She put into words what I think in a much more eloquent way than I could. So, quote, "So this is a powerful time for fortifying and prioritizing your spirit, including but not limited to your own boundaries, having a greater awareness of what your boundaries are. This will help you to sustain whatever efforts that are most important to you. And I think for a lot of us, it's finding ways of engaging with the world. Many people have recently been radicalized by terrible things that are happening in the world. And it is important to understand that this is overwhelming. It is emotionally, mentally, physically, and spiritually overwhelming to really understand the full breadth of cruelty that humans are capable of, to understand, let alone bear witness to, the suffering of people around the world, and to understand your own privileges. It can be harrowing, it can be really hard, and it's not like life stops to let you catch up. That said, though, progress is progress. Small bits of progress are progress. And if you don't look for the wins and if you don't look for the possibilities, then there is a risk that you will feel utterly crushed by the losses and the dead ends. And that does not help anything or anyone but the broken systems. So finding a way to balance self-care and engagement in all things in your life, finding a way to make choices, maybe not great choices in bad situations, but the best possible choices in front of you at this moment. That's what helps to sustain the work, whether you're going through something in your personal life that is really difficult or you're engaging with struggle in the world.
Yeah, so thank you all so much for listening to our lengthy winter quarterly report, and we hope you have a wonderful rest of your quarter.
Thank you, guys. That was a great report. Floor is open for questions.
Not really a question, but a statement. I've been to the senior region of HRB since the start of the fall quarter, and I've witnessed firsthand also what HRB, Becca, Isabella, and other members have done. I do believe their work and their professionality has upheld to the highest standard of ASUSSB, and they're just really great to be you. I yield.
Thank you, Mingjun. Oh, sorry.
No, thank you, Mingjun. You're an awesome Senate liaison.
Floor is open. Cool. Thank you so much, guys. Next, Public Safety Commission. I see two members. Are you both giving like a joint report?
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Okay, cool. We can hear you both. You may begin whenever.
Great, thanks so much. I'll start it off. Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for the opportunity to present for you all again. Again, my name is Andrew Gersh. I'm the chair of the Public Safety Commission. Lise Keller, our vice chair, is here with me today, as well to help with our report and to fill all of you in. So to start off, just as a reminder, the mission of the Public Safety Commission is to increase the level of safety throughout Isla Vista and the UCSB campus by increasing student relations and communications with law enforcement, local public safety officials and agencies, as well as campus and community groups, as well as organizing projects and campaigns pertaining to public safety. So this quarter, we have fulfilled this goal through various efforts, especially with our law enforcement liaison. That's Audrey Landis. She's done a great job of meeting multiple times with representatives from both UC Police Department and Ivy Foot Patrol, as well as the Office of Emergency Management and Mission Continuity. The director there, Jim Caesar, had a great meeting with us, filling us in on some important mission fulfillment in UCSB. I think that is something that not many students are aware of, certainly not many people within AS. So that was great to hear from them. They also run the CERT program there, which is Community Emergency Response Team. That's kind of a widespread, like nationwide program that has planning and coordination through FEMA. But we have a very, very advanced department in that, and one of the leaders in the nation in terms of college campuses, both certifying community members and students, but also training instructors to further teach that mission. So that's something that I wanted to share that I thought was really interesting that we learned. But we've just been working with them to coordinate our efforts to create effective and accessible safety information to the community. I think one thing we were really focused on is bridging the information and education gap that we see with emergency preparedness, safety resources, and public safety in general amongst the students here. In terms of more front-facing programming, we most recently worked with Excursion Club, which is an RCO on campus, and the Department of Recreation. Dylan Corlett is the director of safety at the Department of Recreation, and she does a really great job facilitating trainings. So in this particular case, Excursion Club and Department of Recreation collaborated to not only complete the lay responder CPR first aid AED certification course, but also to add supplemental like designed material, first aid material that is just applicable to their particular purview, like as an organization, backcountry trauma medicine. So we supported them through funding. We funded $1,365 to get, I'm trying to think of the exact number here, is between 15 and 20 of their staff members certified through that program, which was something that we saw as a big gap for them. So yeah, we fulfilled the training through them. We spent a great deal of time focusing on the past few weeks and in the approaching time for the Deltopia weekend, which is upcoming and which presents quite the public safety challenge, not only to students and the Isla Vista community, but also to those that we've been hearing from in public safety agencies, especially medical personnel and like county infrastructure. So we've been preparing programs and events centered around Deltopia safety preparedness in order to work towards our mission of increasing student relations on tomorrow, which is March 7th, Thursday, and on the Thursday of week 1, which is April 4th. Both of those days from 12 to 3 p.m. at Pardall Center, we will be hosting our Deltopia Preparedness Days, which there was an email sent out about to the entities and chairs lists. I hope you all saw that. If you haven't taken a minute to read it, I think it's a very worthwhile event and something that we would ask for all of your help in advertising and spreading the word about. So we're looking forward to hosting that tomorrow. Some groups that are going to be there are EVPLA, Legal Resource Center. There will be representatives, at least in this week, from UCPD, and during the week 1 event, we also have the commitment of Ivy Foot Patrol. So in the wake of some changes that have been made, especially I hope you're all aware of the suspension of the restorative justice program during Deltopia. I think this will be a good resource to connect students with information for them to be able to ask clarifying and educational questions. So that is tomorrow. And then again, like I said, on Thursday of week 1, emergency management and mission continuity will also be there. Legal Resource Center, I don't know if I mentioned that. Just to table and provide resource facilitation and education and information to students as they come. And that'll be free pizza. So in addition to the informational preparation for the community, we're also planning to put out material preparation in the form of what we're calling like Deltopia safety packs, excuse me. That is a project that has really been spearheaded by Janelle Rader, who is our university affiliated safety liaison. She's been very, very creative and working very hard on this project, which is going to provide the distribution of bags or packages with safety driven items such as naloxone, fentanyl test strips, sunscreen, electrolyte, and hydration supplements, water bottles, protein bars, candy, hair ties, band-aids, acetone pads, all kinds of great stuff that they've come up with. We're doing that in conjunction with EVPLA as well. They've been really helpful. So that has also been a point of spending for us. We have allocated, we're expecting about $2,500 from each organization to support the distribution of probably 500 units. I also just wanted to underscore, like I said earlier briefly, all of your all's help is so greatly appreciated with advertising and promotion as we develop our presence and as we continue to, I think, come back into view for students. We see that we are fulfilling what I think is a really crucial mission and kind of, presenting a great facilitation, not only of resources that already exist, but of our own programming. So for something like this event tomorrow, just any way that you can spread the word just to the general student community and the AS community is a huge help to us. And I also wanted to thank, I believe, I forget exactly who it was in our last Senate report, but we were recommended to kind of strive for as much budget requests as we could in this last cycle. And we really put some deep thought into that and took that into consideration, and that was very helpful. Hopefully we are going to be able to work with what it looks like we're tentatively being allocated for next year, I know that there's not a lot of budget history recently for our BCUs. That's something we've been struggling with to kind of come up with as we go or as we expect to spend. So yeah, that was a great opportunity earlier in the quarter to kind of catch you guys up on last quarter, but I hope that presents some new information for you all, and I'll turn it over to Elise from here on out.
All right, hi everyone. So basically just to kind of inform you of some additional plans that are going to be happening next quarter that we are planning currently. So we are working to present early next quarter a fundraising event for the Red Cross with Oakberry, and that'll be on Tuesday, April 9th. Additionally, one of our bigger events is we're going to be hosting a Denim Day preparation event in collaboration with students with SASA and Take Back the Night for Sexual Assault Awareness Month. So we plan to have this event on Friday, April 19th from 3 to 6 p.m. in Anexoyo Park, in which there'll be a band, vendors that are going to be selling denim, and we hope to have community members come and, you know, buy this denim and come to various booths where they can decorate denim with fabric paint or patches that are promoting Denim Day and Sexual Assault Awareness Month. We'll also be inviting Rogers Tacos, and we'll raise money for Domestic Violence Solutions, which is a local domestic violence shelter. And in order to get this going, we have moved to allocate $1,015 to rent the space at Anexoyo Park. And moving forward, the Public Safety Commission, SASA, and Take Back the Night will be sharing a little of these costs, and that comes with paying for rental of tables, chairs, fabric pens, decorating materials, and the rest of the execution of this event. So yeah, definitely something to look forward to. But with that, that concludes our quarterly report. Thank you so much for your time this evening. And if you have any questions, we are happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you both. Floor is open for questions. No questions? All right. Thank you both for coming. Next, we have TQCon. There you are. You may begin whatever.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, cool. Hi, my name is Isabella. I am one of the co-chairs for the Trans and Queer Commission. So to start off, winter quarter is our busiest time of the year because it's when we start officially planning UCSB's annual Pride Week. This year it's going to take place from April 7th to the 13th. And we have a lot of events for that entire week. First, we have some smaller events like we're having another sticker contest this year to promote student artists. We have our annual Utopia zine also to promote student artwork. And we're also undergoing a project to light Pardal Tunnel Rainbow this year. So we're excited for that to happen. In addition to those smaller events, we're going to have some larger ones, such as roller skating, a town hall, a movie night, queer prom, and then finally our annual drag show at the end of the week for Pride Week. And in order to commemorate the 55th anniversary of the Stonewall riots, our theme this year is Love, Legacy, and Liberation, which will be focusing some of our events on queer icons, queer subculture, and our history of resistance. In addition to planning for Pride Week, TUCOM has also been hosting many other events this quarter. We have revived By Us For Us, which is a social event for bisexual students that occurs every other week. And it has been inactive for almost a year, so we're excited to have brought that back for the bisexual community. We've also started a lesbian lounge, which creates a safe space for the lesbian community on campus to share their experiences and hang out together. And In addition to those reoccurring events, we have held our quarterly town hall, a free voguing workshop, an overdose prevention workshop, and a tote bag painting event. We've also revived the Queer Leadership Council, which is a council that consists of all of the LGBTQ plus organizations on campus, such as La Familia de Colores, OSTEM, the Queer and Trans Graduate Student Union, UDIP, and the RCSGD. This council is used mainly to help each other with events, to discuss the social and political climate on campus, and to be supportive of each other's organizations. And it has been inactive since COVID, and many of these organizations are just starting back up again. So we're glad to have brought the QLC back this quarter and for the future. And to end our quarter, we brought back the tradition of having the Winter Wonder Drag Show, which features local drag queens. This show's purpose is to give students a safe drag show on campus away from the typical bar and club scenes that you usually go to see drag shows at, and also to support our local drag queens. Winter Wonder Drag was our biggest event of the quarter for our budget, which is about $3,000 for the drag queen contacts and contracts, and another $1,200 costs for other things like renting the hub, and additional supplies. And aside from our own events, we've also helped to fund other events for other UCSB organizations. This quarter, we funded events for the RCSGD, their annual tea camp, and a new freedom and fantasy workshop that they hosted this quarter. And we've also helped to fund the Social Justice Conference, the annual Social Justice Conference, and also the Dadkan Bollywood Dance Showcase. Not only that, but we also have been in constant communication with the RCSGD to help with their events and to provide funding and to collaborate on events with them, like the legal name change workshop. Overall, we spent about $12,000 on funding for other organizations this quarter. And as far as TQCOM budgeting goes, since winter quarter is our busiest time of the year and we are preparing for UCSB Pride Week, we have spent about 70% of our budget, with most of it going to UCSB Pride Week. And overall, TQCOM has been working diligently to continue creating and funding joyful and safe events for our community. And we appreciate everyone on our board for working incredibly hard to make these events a success. Okay.
Thank you, Isabella. Floor is open. If no one else has a question, I have a question about the, oh, Eric, did you have a question? Okay, I have a question about that bike tunnel project. Could you tell us a little more about that? That sounded really interesting.
The Pardal one?
Yes.
Yeah. So in the past, for the past like 2 years or so, we usually have lit Henley Gate rainbow for Pride Week. But unfortunately, that has been a little hard to do in the past because Henley Gate is a donor funded place on campus. And so instead of doing that this year, we decided that lighting Pardal Tunnel Rainbow would be a good alternative because it's probably more used by students because of the bike path and people walking and its direction into IB. And it's also just a very beautiful place to have a little lighting installation. Our plan is to put colored cellophane tape over the lights there to create that rainbow effect. And our hope is to start the project right before spring quarter starts and have it up at the very least until the end of Pride Week.
We're cool. I love that idea. Floor is open. Senator Carlson.
So thank you so much for coming. I guess I kind of have two follow-ups or two questions. The first one being, there was like something being mentioned at the beginning of your report. I could not hear about like a bisexual space on campus. That's the first question. What was that again?
Yeah. So we have revived the event by us for us, which is basically just a
Okay.
space for the bisexual community on campus. Yeah.
Let's go. That's awesome. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. I actually guess I have two more questions, so three total. The second one is where like is this is like the revival of your like queer leaders on campus where you take all the orgs, put them together. That is a super phenomenally good thing that you guys have been able to revive. When you were able to put a lot of leaders into a room where they're allowed to speak to one another and coordinate their efforts, it makes the job 10,000 times easier.
Mhm.
What was kind of the driving motivation behind restarting that? And, like, did you have like staff advisors kind of guiding the way? Did you have like articles that you were seeing? Like, what was the inspiration behind that?
Yeah. So it's in legal code actually to have a queer leadership council. But because of COVID, a lot of the LGBTQ plus organizations on campus kind of fell off because people graduated and then there wasn't anybody to take the place. So like for example, La Familia de Colores just got revived like last year. And our commission ourselves, we have been hiring more people for our commission. And the reason why the Queer Leadership Council um, we decided to bring it back was because we have the capacity in our board now. And we have a really great internal coordinator who really wanted to bring it back. So we're really grateful for her for doing that. And yeah, and because of the revival of so many different LGBTQ plus organizations on campus that we've been in contact with, and some that we haven't, some have come to us for funding, and some we also haven't really been in contact with, but we want to. We decided that it's time to bring back the Queer Leadership Council because to support one another, especially after COVID ended up decommissioning a lot of these organizations.
Thank you so much for the extremely thorough answers to the follow-ups. The last one is kind of a boring question. You noted that you said, I noted that you said that you spent like 70% of your budget. That's kind of to be expected for BCUs, especially in winter quarter. If they don't spend any money in the fall quarter, or if they have an event leading up to the spring. I guess I'm just curious. Do you have like the number of like 70 something percent times the total? Like, do you have the raw number? How much money is that? Like, what does 70% really equal? Do you have that
Of our
ready?
total, yeah, of our total budget. Yeah, let me pull that up. Sorry, give me one more second. Okay. So TQCom, we usually get a budget of about $100,000 for the year. However, we got a lot of rollover, not only from last year, but also from the year prior. So last year we had a lot of we were given a lot of rollover, but we didn't know that until about halfway through winter quarter. And so we all of a sudden got this influx of money, and we had already spent a lot of our original budget for Pride. So we had a lot of leftover funds from last year as well. So then our rollover funds ended up being $178,000. And so the amount that we have in total came out to 276,000, and we've spent about 196,000 because we've been having a lot more events for Pride Week. And we also just got a lot of rollover, which we were not expecting because at our budget report meeting, last year we had said that we are totally okay with giving out the rollover to other organizations. And then we ended up getting all this rollover anyway. So I don't really know why that happened. But yeah, so we decided that since we have this budget, we are undergoing more projects for Pride Week specifically, and also funding for other organizations, which I know is like a lot.
Well, again, thank you for the incredibly thorough answer to follow up. And congratulations on all the projects that you guys have been doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Floor is open. Thank you, Isabella, for coming.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Community Financial Fund. Move you over, Quinn. Quinn, you may begin whenever, if you're here.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. Hi, everybody. My name is Quinn. I'm the chair of Community Financial Fund, also known as CFF. Just to get everybody on the same page, CFF is a student-run and funded ASBCU who is focused on educating undergraduate students about financial literacy basics, mainly through our quarterly grant workshops and our speaking events. In terms of numbers, CFF has spent a total of about $80K during winter quarter, which includes about $70K worth of $200 financial literacy grants to 350 students. We also spent a little over $6,000 on operational costs, as well as $2.5K on speaking events on winter 2024 alone. We've used a total of 25.3% of our starting winter budget, so that is 20.37% of our fall budget, which is, like the annual yearly budget. And we're anticipating to spend anywhere between $80K to $100K for spring on both the spring grants, the spring speaker series that we hold every spring, and just other expenses in general. In terms of events, again, each quarter we hold the financial literacy grant workshop, where we teach students about the basics of financial literacy. Students are required to attend a presentation, pass a short quiz, and submit an essay. We usually disperse around 350 to 500 of these grants quarterly. Additionally, we hold speaking events every single quarter. This past quarter, we held the Financial New Year's Resolution Workshop, which was online. And then we also do a ton of outreach speaking opportunities where we're invited to speak for multiple on-campus and off-campus organizations regarding financial literacy basics and navigating finances as a college student. We do these free of charge, and a couple examples are the EOP and CFF Financial Grant Workshop, a couple academic course presentations on campus, and local schools, on-campus clubs, res halls, things like that. We're currently finalizing our Spring 2024 speaker series, where we invite industry professionals to present on a ton of different topics, ranging from managing one's credit, clear money, and more. And these events are open to all UCSB undergraduate students, and in-person events come with food for all attendees. In previous years, these events are usually pretty well attended, and a couple of them have, anywhere between 20 to 150 students in attendance. But yeah, that's about it for our quarterly report. I do have a written version of our report, so if anyone is interested in that, I'm more than happy to release it.
Sure, our minute takers would appreciate that. Cool, thank you, Quinn. Floor is open for questions. Senator Carlson.
For these, thank you so much for presenting today. joining us in the new medium. I know it's a little bit difficult presenting over Zoom. One of the questions I have is for the 350 to approximately 500 grants that you guys disperse each quarter, approximately how much is each individual grant?
So each grant is $200. And it really just depends on how many students attend each quarter. Usually winter is relatively low, like we get fewer numbers, but we're estimating in spring to get anywhere between 400 to 600 because it's wrapping up the year.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay, if there's no further questions, thank you, Quinn, so much for coming. It is 9 o'clock, which means we do need that 15-minute break for minute takers. Would someone be okay with motioning that? Floor is open. Senator Carlson, thank you.
I motion to enter into a 15-minute recess.
There has been a motion to enter into a 15-minute recess. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Lebowski. We're now in discussion. I see call to question.
Call to question.
Is there objection to call to question?
Consent.
I consent. Is there objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. I will see you all at 9:15/16. see your hands raised. What's up? We're in recess right now.
Hi. I just want to come back because I made an error in my budget report, or made my Senate report.
Mhm.
I don't know if I should wait until after recess is over.
Yeah. I can give you the floor right once recess is over at like 9:16-ish. Does that work for you?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I'll see you in like 10 minutes.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Can I get a hand raise for everyone present? Quick quorum check. Six, seven, eight. Ooh, we are far from quorum, huh? Okay, maybe another like 2 minutes. Hands raised for if you're in attendance. Two hands for Eric. Okay, still no quorum. Oh man. Okay. A couple more minutes, I guess.
Maybe if we could have everybody that's present keep their hands up, that would help us with the count. Thank you.
Well, doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose just because people aren't? But I think
Oh.
we have quorum. This is 10
We have
people.
quorum.
Yeah, I was thinking once you raise your hand, Senator Shalinov, I think we hit quorum. So let me
Oh, perfect.
We can hold for a second. Okay, I'm only counting 10. Do we have?
We also have Sydney.
Sydney's here. She's just not raising her hand.
I'm Sydney, I didn't see your hand and I didn't count you.
It's 11.
Perfect. Okay. Before we move on to, oh, you can lower your hands now. Thank you. Right before we go into what is the elections board? TQCom had a little update they wanted to add to the report. Isabella, go for it.
Hi, sorry about that. I realized I made a mistake in my Senate report when Senator Carlson asked me about our budget. I was looking at our budget sheet wrong. And I like manually calculated it, and we spent about $52,000, which is like 18% of our budget, not whatever I had said before. So that's totally my bad. I'm so sorry about that. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
You're all good. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Isabella. Senator Carlson, do you have a response to that? Sorry, I don't want to.
Just wanted to say thank you so much for coming back. We really appreciate it. So thank you.
Excellent. Vice Chancellor, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Senator Kalia. I wanted to clarify something. I estimated I was asked a very specific question by Senator Martinez about when reports of concerns were first given to me, and I went back and checked my notes, and it was February 22nd. So I'm going to send that information to Holly, but I wanted to clarify that. I said approximately 10 days ago, and it was longer than that. It was February 22nd. Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, I'm gonna Benedari, Lebowski, and Von Zedwitz, are your hands up for floor, or were they just kept up?
I just kept them.
Okay, cool. Von Zedwitz? Von Zedwitz, are you here? I'm not gonna count. Yeah, Senator Carlson. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I was gonna say she is here. Like she literally, like I was just texting her.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
I just don't have to do quorum again. Okay, cool.
All right.
So
Sorry, I
no,
forgot
you're
to
totally
put it
good.
down.
Totally good. Okay. Back to board and commissions. Elections board. Caesar, let me move you over. You may begin.
Hi, can you all hear and see me okay? Awesome. All right. Thank you. I'm sure I think the majority of participants are probably senators. So hello. For those of you who don't know me in the audience, my name is Cesar Castillo. I'm the newly appointed chair of Elections Board. Elections Board met for the first time on Monday evening at 5:30. On the agenda was primarily setting deadlines that had previously been suspended by the Senate. So the spring general elections timeline was discussed. Afterwards, declaration of candidacy meeting. I designated, or we as a board designated general members as one of the two positions that are codified in elections code. So that's either advertising and publicity coordinator or elections regulation enforcer. And then we discussed two lock-in fee requests from Senator Shaw. And I know there's a third one in the pipeline, Senator Shaw. I told you not to get any ideas, but you did it anyway. I forgive you, but yeah, we'll deal with those as they come in. So I wanted to go through the timeline for declaration of candidacy because I know there's been a lot of excuse me, there's been a lot of questions, a lot of uncertainty. And these are up for ratification by the Senate in the minutes for BCU, so they're subject to approval by you all. But I wanted to discuss them nonetheless. So the first potential date is the declaration of candidacy form opening the moment the Senate ratifies elections board minutes. The form will stay open until March 15th. So that's Friday of study week. And that'll close at midnight. And then right as we return from spring break, there are 3 deadlines plus the declaration of candidacy meeting. So those 3 deadlines are preliminary financial statements from candidates, the deadline for party declaration. If any parties wish to form, they must declare to the elections board by the first Monday, the Monday of the first week of spring quarter. And then if any candidates wish to send a proxy in their place for the declaration of candidacy meeting, that should be declared at the same time. So all 3 of those forms are due tentatively, of course, pending ratification by the Senate on Monday of the first week of spring quarter. Then the declaration of candidacy meeting will convene at 6 p.m. This is exciting because we're hoping to do this in the GSA lounge for the first time since 2019. I'm working extremely hard with the advisors, with the elections board members to try to cobble something together. And if proxies are necessary, if students are traveling back, if candidates are traveling back, we of course make accommodations for that through the proxy form. On April 3rd, which is Wednesday of the first week, the list of eligible candidates will be published. So first eligibility check occurs on all the candidates who have declared. And then if any candidates or their proxies were absent during the DOC meeting and haven't given us a very good reason why neither of those occurred, then they'll be disqualified and the remaining candidates will appear on the ballot. Pro-con statements for anything that's not a candidate, so fee initiatives, referenda, constitutional amendments. Those are due Friday, April 5th at 4 p.m. Currently, the only ballot items that I and the elections board plan to see are the now 3 fee initiatives, which are going to be approved, or 2 of them have already been approved, and 1 of them is being drafted, I suppose. So pro-con statements for those are welcomed. The party slate form is due Monday of the second week at 4 p.m. So the 3 positions that for which parties may have a candidate on their slate are the president, the external vice president for local affairs, and the external vice president for statewide affairs. Previously, the Senate has eliminated or required that all candidates for senators, for Senate, and for internal vice president be independent. and then the Attorney General has always been independent. Going into the third week of spring quarter, the election supplement will be published the Sunday before the third week at 8 p.m. So that's April 14th. And then endorsements from student groups and now this year other candidates are due April 17th at 8 p.m. That's Wednesday of the third week. So to give a quick summary, first week is declaration of candidacy. Also statements due from candidates that will appear on the supplement. Campaign board locations will be assigned at random. Second week, the Senate gives final approval to the ballots. That's candidates and fee initiatives. The final language of those will be approved by the Senate. And just to note here, the parties will be updated before elections board gives the final ballot to the Senate. So nothing will change, of course, after the Senate gives final approval. Excuse me. In the third week, write-ins, any write-in or people wishing to run as a write-in declare their intent. Campaigning begins. First, obviously, soft campaigning, and then hard campaigning or active campaigning begins. And then candidate forums are also slated to take place during the third week of spring quarter. Still unsure of the format of those. That's kind of, later on in our timeline. So we haven't given much consideration to that. And then, of course, week 4 is the election. So we've been in full swing, trying to take care of all those items of business. Other small things is publicizing elections. So I think the largest methods of publicity traditionally have been like the elections board Instagram, sending emails out to the entire undergraduate student body. I'll try to get those DigiNow boards, the TVs that are in like the dining commons, the residence halls. Hopefully we can get informationals on those. And then budget overview. This is not super critical, but just wanted to talk about that real quick. We have about $24,000. I spoke with Holly and they said that was the balance. We're gonna plan to not spend too much, hopefully. Primarily because there is no money being given to elections board for the 24-25 academic year, because there was no chair at the time that the budget process was being at the time that the budget process was being gone through. It's kind of out of my hands now, and I think we have enough money that if we submit a rollover request to give to next year's board, that they can survive off of that sum. And then next year's chair will deal with 25-26 budget requests. But I wanted to return to publicity real quick. So this is kind of a team effort. We have 2 active board members, and myself and the advisors, Senate liaisons, the president and the attorney general, who are members of the board. It's really going to take all of your effort as elected officials, as members of BCUs, to get the word out. Please tell your members, your close friends, people that you meet on the bike path, on going to and from campus. Please let them know that we want candidates to run. The electoral process is extremely important to the functioning of the association, and we just need to get the word out as much as possible. In terms of campaign forums, I'm happy to hear feedback from senators and executives on how you think those should function. Traditionally, they've just been videos that have been posted. Candidates record video responses to questions that are submitted. I know when I ran for Senate, that I either gave like a written statement or recorded videos for the Daily Nexus, and I think that will probably be a part of it again. I think I've touched on everything, so I'm going to turn over to the senators for questions. If I'm sure you have many.
Senator Shalhoff.
Thank you. It's good to see you. And obviously, the last kind of role you inhabited in the space ended abruptly, but it's still great to see that this position's finally been filled for chair, and it's good to have you back in the space. I want to ask you a number of questions, but I can repeat them afterward. First up, could you please email those dates and that information that you read out as a reply all to agenda, just so that we can maximize visibility for that? Because there's only something like 25 people here, and minutes take a little while to get out. So if you could just send those out, that could be really great. Another thing I was hoping to ask you about is that I know that several of the other candidates for chair of election board in their process with COC mentioned in-person voting as an idea. And I'm not sure that that's something that you had discussed previously, or at least I'm not aware of it. So I just wanted to put that in your mind. And that kind of ties into my third point, which is that I think it'd be great to consider utilizing this year's budget, and we can easily accommodate adding an elections board reasonable budget for next year as well. And you should really feel like that's kind of your war chest to expend, because I think that if you could pull off having in-person voting, our turnout has historically been very, very small, and 20.7%, which we got last year, is a really disappointing turnout. So I'm hoping that with in-person voting, maybe that's something that you could look into.
Yeah, was that all three of your questions?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So as to the first one, yes, once I am done speaking, I will send all the dates to the agenda. There's a PDF document that I uploaded to the AS Minutes Drive, and I'll send that same PDF to as a reply all to Senate agendas, I think is the right mailing list.
Perfect.
Okay. The second one on in-person voting, I haven't given it thought, mainly because all the elections that I've voted in have been online. I honestly don't know what the how we would manage to cobble it together, given that we're in a condensed election timeline. Normally preparations for the spring general election would have happened at the beginning of the quarter, and we're really trying to compact it into 4 or 5 school weeks. I don't know that it's the wisest decision to try to set that up right now. But I mean, it's an idea that future boards can consider. And I think that response kind of ties into your third question about using all of the budget and then having the Senate create or reallocate some funding so that next year's board can have some money to use. And yeah, I can definitely put that money to put more of the money to use if that's what the Senate recommends. I'll take it into consideration. I would have to formulate like a more robust spending plan, since it's going to be $20,000 or so being spent. But yeah, I can bring that back to the board and see what they think about it. And it requires more than just the board's approval. It also requires like a collective effort from the association to get the word out. And since I'm on this point, if any of you senators or executives are interested in like providing testimonials for graphics, I'm working with Chelsea, the art director, to get some graphics produced to advertise elections. So if you all want to contribute your words, your thoughts to those, please email me. My AS email is ccastillo@as.ucsb.edu. And then you can also email the entire elections mailing list at elections@as.ucsb.edu. So if you're interested in that, please let me know.
I think I'm just gonna, for the sake of time, go ahead. Thank you so much for that response. I think that's great. IVP Kalia, is it fine that I go on? I don't know if you're.
Is my mic working? Oh, there we go. Yeah, sorry, I was muted. Go for it. Go for it.
Sorry about that. Great. That sounds great. I think with in-person voting, I understand that would be something that's really difficult to pull off. I ask if it's a question of the amount of effort that would need to be expended in such a condensed period of time, which I think is a very fair consideration. I would keep in mind that there is a source of funding with which the Senate could compensate people's time with additional honorarium. And I think that if we could find the team that was willing to try to pull this off, paying these people, compensating them for their time, and the team that would be behind that, I think possibly might be able to pull it off. If you don't think it's possible, though, just writing down the notes that you acquire throughout the process that'll be helpful in setting up in-person voting in the next year could be really helpful instead. So if that's a product that you guys could create, that would be awesome. If not, I completely understand, just because there's so much you're trying to do in such a short period of time.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll have the board consider it. It's their decision. And the other thing too is we to fully pull this off, we do need a full board. Only 2 members of the 7 members voting that were given under legal code were actually present. So I emailed the committee on committees to kind of see where we were at with applications, and truth be told, I'm a little confused now as to whether the recruitment of general members falls to me or if committee on committees will continue that. But I'm taking whoever I can get kind of to of course doing proper vetting, right? But I'd like to have a lot of applicants for the positions, just so I can have a team to work with and to pull this election off, whether it be in person or online as it has been.
Senator Wakikis. Okay, cool. Senator Sholnoff.
Thank you so much. That's a best response I could hope for. And I do want one last clarification really quickly in that on the topic of the budget, I just wanted to clarify that what it meant is that don't feel scared to use up to like a reasonable amount of funds. I feel like 24K in one cycle is probably too much, but if you guys use 10K and found a productive outlet for that expenditure, that actually we saw a result in greater voter turnout, I think that'd be extremely appropriate, and we could allocate consistent funding to match that rate so that we can get that product each time, because the election is such a critical part of the internal governing process, and we invest money in Senate retreats and anything else like that as part of the leadership input. There's another input I feel like to get the leadership of the student body, and so I think we would invest money if you found a good way to spend it.
All right. Yeah, you'll definitely hear back from me on additional ways to get the word out. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much.
Floor is open. Oh, Senator Zah.
Thank you so much for the detailed report, Chair Castillo. So I've actually been to the election board meeting of this week for about half of the time, and I just want to let everyone know Chair Castillo has been a good chair that acts with impartiality in the meeting I attend to, and I have no reason to believe he has done anything otherwise in the later election cycle. Also, my apologies for adding another lock-in. It's just really time sensitive. So I hope you all. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Senator Sholnoff.
I really wanted to echo that sentiment. While I wasn't able to attend the meeting, I have seen that you've done just a tremendous amount of work in a very short period of time, and I'm very impressed. And I wanted to say that, put that into the record. Is that I think it's very commendable, the project that you're taking on.
Thank you. It does mean a lot. And since we're giving thanks, I'd also like to thank the advisors for their work in getting us started. So to Marissa, to Marisela, to Holly, to Sean, their contributions in getting the elections board work have not gone unnoticed. Yeah, I really do not know where I would be without them, and so I can't extend my gratitude enough. Also to my 2 board members, John Ming and Christina, for the way that they've ramped up their efforts to contribute to the ex officios, to the president, to the attorney general, and to the 2 senators, 2 Senate liaisons. Hopefully we'll see you at next week's meeting. I know it's dead week, so there's not too much I can do to make you be there, but I hope that we can find a time that works. But yeah, just a huge thank you to everybody who's helped me and the board get this off the ground. Is owed.
It's open. Okay, if there's no more questions, I have a couple of my own. First of all, the in-person voting. Someone mentioned to me last year, I think it might have been Senator Sholnoff, please correct me if I'm wrong, but someone put this image of a voting booth in front of the arbor in my head, and I thought that was just a great idea. A little school spirit wouldn't hurt when it comes to voting. But I had a couple questions. One, you mentioned parties a couple times. From my understanding, in the 72nd Senate, it was put on the ballot to remove parties constitutionally. Now, I could be completely wrong in that. Could you elaborate a little more on what parties are allowed, when, where, why, how?
Yeah, so I have operated everything kind of off the legal code that Holly sent out for the 23-24 year that was sent out in sometime in January. And this legal code does include parties. I guess I haven't read the Constitution. I've only been looking, doing deep reads into the elections code. So the two articles of the Constitution, and then there are three provisions in the bylaws, most notably Article 18, which goes into elections regulations. But yeah, as I comprehend it, parties are permitted to assemble to have candidates for the offices of president and the two external vice presidents. They can, have their party name appear on the ballot. As I mentioned, the deadline to submit a party slate that comes from each, party chair or representative, whatever you want to call them. Elections Code doesn't specify a name, but there's one point person who's responsible for submitting that form. And then the ballot will appear with their, the ballot will have the party that each candidate is associated with, if any. Parties are permitted to, and don't take this as fact. I would have to go back into the elections code to give you a more precise answer. And I'm having both of the board members read through and compile a list of the relevant elections regulations. So to that point, I confess that I'm not intimately familiar with elections regulations just yet. I'm trying to get things off the ground, and I'll get into the minutia later. But parties are permitted to organize for the purposes of campaigning for their respective candidates, and getting the word out about whatever their message might be. And of course the elections board plays a role in regulating what these parties communicate, how they communicate it, when they communicate it, where they communicate it. That's our responsibility. Does that answer your question?
Sufficiently. Thank you. Okay, you touched a little on deadlines. So now obviously you weren't in this position until last week. There's no way you could have hit the deadlines put in legal code. But the Senate did suspend all deadlines, elections related, until the appointment of a chair. Now that there is a chair, are there any deadlines that you feel that you cannot hit and would need the Senate support in the form of perhaps an extension or suspension of legal code?
Yeah, so I'm looking right now at a spreadsheet that that last year's chair Owen Skinner made that includes all of the like outward facing deadlines. There's other internal ones that relate to like sending ballot language to UCOP and Campus Elections Commission, and that's outside the scope of this conversation right now. The recruitment events, they're in terms of like when we begin and end recruiting candidates, those I don't want to rearrange them. We're continuously recruiting for candidates. We will never stop recruiting, of course, until the deadlines hit. So declare your candidacy or writing candidacy. I don't care how you declare, just please run. I'm looking through, I think everything that was slated to occur in winter, such as DOC, party slates, preliminary financial statements, eligible candidates being published. Those have all been either rearranged to later in winter or early in spring. Everything else, like review of those financial statements, another eligibility check, candidate statements, board selection, I think all of those we can hit. I'd have to look into the other stuff like the UCOP reporting and the CEC reporting, but I know that I have the advisors' approval or support for, and they're the ones who are directly doing the reporting to the relevant parties. So, if anything changes, I'll certainly reach out. But as of right now, I'd feel pretty confident that we can hit everything that we're supposed to hit.
That's good to hear. With that included, there's also the any modifications to the elections code. Are there any modifications needed this year? I know there was a bill that passed.
Yeah, there was one that was passed. Excuse me. I've already identified things throughout the course of running elections board that I would like to change, in the spirit of having everybody operate with the elections code that we currently are familiar with. I would prefer not to change it until next year. Next year's board can deal with it, and I've already I plan to leave them with like a draft document. So Owen Skinner left a draft document of changes that he and his board wanted to be made. And me and my board are already adding to that. Next year's chair and their board can deal with those changes and introduce them to the Senate in a manner that where we can have open discussions well before election season begins. I don't think it's prudent to make those changes. It would cause a lot of confusion, cause a lot of discord. That's not my target at all in the association.
I would agree. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, and then my last question is, you mentioned candidate forums. Is that I don't remember there being candidate forums. I could just be forgetting, but is that the candidate debates everyone's been whispering about for 3 years? Or is this something else?
I think it takes various forms, and elections board can decide every year how we're going to run it. I would invite the executive director to talk about how candidate forums have occurred before the pandemic, and how we might be able to return to them either this year or in the near future.
Thank you. They've been held in the hub in the bottom layer of the university center, typically midday, and each grouping of students that are vying for each position answer a group of questions. They're not debates, but they are a timed opportunity for everyone running for office to respond to general questions. There are a set of questions put together by the elections board, and questions are asked of the candidates. There are also brief question and answer periods at each sitting of each grouping of folks running for office. That's how it's been done in the past, and it's usually a noontime activity where the university center hub area is most filled with folks.
That sounds cool. I can't wait to see that. I think that's all of my questions. But one last question. You did mention some stuff about finances. Now I know Senator Shalanoff touched a lot on it already. But I am curious, what does elections board usually spend their money on?
My understanding is that in the past, from time to time, maybe we've run Instagram ads. I'd have to look into what our expenditures have been. I've only received like what our budget is. So Holly, if you could, I don't know if you have access to the expenditures from previous years, but I'd like to see those. I know. So for context, our meeting on Monday ran 4.5 hours. So I might just go into getting a bit of snacks or food for the members and all the attendees, just so that we're not, we're not totally without food or drink. Other stuff might include like printing of flyers to put up. I don't know if we have to pay for like the DigiNow. I don't think we have to, but I could be wrong. Other materials, buttons, stickers. I'd have to brainstorm that with the board. But yeah, I know Holly's got their hand raised right now.
Holly?
Yeah, I was just gonna add, when I pulled the most recent financial expenditure report, and by pulled, I mean we can give a shout out to our financial ops team. So thank you to Michael for pulling that report for us. But I would add also the board members' honoraria comes out of the elections board budget. And sometimes you all will have like room reservation costs. So if you wind up doing an in-person candidate forum, there are sometimes costs associated with reserving the room. If you do food for those, if there's going to be an in-person election night, then you will have room reservation costs for that room or for food, things like that also. But as of the most recent report, the only expense that has been pulled from the elections board this term has been honoraria costs. So that's all we have so far. But again, as you said, Caesar, we will evaluate as the expenses tend to come in.
Thank you so much, Holly. That's all for my questions. Floor is open. Anyone else has questions? Okay, cool. Thank you, Caesar, so much for coming.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, that is all of the BC reports. I would love to get to public forum because I think these people have been waiting for quite a while, if that's okay with everyone else. Okay, cool. If there's no objections, we'll go to public forum. Who's first? We have Jake. Let me move you over. Jake, thanks for waiting so long. You have, oh, okay. I remember the Senate moved from 2 minutes to 3 minutes last Senate. Was that just for the duration of the meeting, or was that like a permanent change? Does anyone remember?
I think it was for the duration of the meeting.
Duration of the meeting? Okay, so I'm going to change this back to 2. But Jake, you have 2 minutes to speak. Please enunciate, refrain from yelling. Please know this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it will be graphic. You may only come up once, and you may choose not to answer any questions. Jake, do you agree?
Could I have like 3 extra minutes?
Floor is open. Senator Yamanishi.
Motion to give the speaker an additional 3 minutes for a total of 5 minutes.
There's been a motion to grant the speaker an additional 3 minutes for a total of 5 minutes. Is there a second? Second by Senator Carlson. We're now in discussion.
I have a question.
I recall the question. Is there objection to call the question?
Consent.
I consent is objection to consent. Seeing none, motion passes. You may begin.
Cool. Hey, everybody. Nice to see you all on this Wednesday night. I just wanted to go over some of the cool stuff that's been happening over the past couple of weeks. There has been some pretty big updates that I'd love to tell you guys about. Just sort of working backwards from now. Recently, we've been putting most of our efforts into the primaries, making sure that everybody votes. Hope all you guys voted. We ran 2 tabling events on the 4th and the 5th to really turn out the vote here at UCSB. On the 5th, we partnered with the Gauchos Vote Coalition. Campus Dems were there, and we made it, so you could not go through the arbor without getting accosted by somebody to vote. And yeah, so that was a super big success. It was cool to see all the groups on campus really turning out the vote there. Also, we just recently relaunched our campaign to protect California's oceans here at UCSB. It's a campaign that's being run statewide, but we're starting to run it again here at UCSB. It's such a core part of the identity. And California is behind on its promises to protect 30% of their oceans by 2030. Previously, we've seen a lot of success in this campaign, but there's still a lot more to do. So we decided to relaunch it. In terms of what happened the week before that, we went to our lobby conference. We went with exactly 90 offices of our elected officials, which I think is a little above 75% of them, which is super cool. We got to talk about some of the great bills and deliver all the support that we gather here on campus. Really, when we talk to these elected officials, it's not so much as individual students, but it's representing the 25,000 members that we have across the state. That's really what gives us the power in those meetings, and we'll make sure that they listen. We talked a lot about our plastic bag ban bill, which you all probably know about from our work here on campus, but there's also a ton of work on bills protecting our ocean, promoting clean energy, and more. Our own Senator Littlepage was there coincidentally, also lobbying, which is super cool. He ran into some of our students who were there lobbying at the same time. Kind of a cool little coincidence. Now, I wasn't actually there because I contracted COVID the day they were supposed to leave, or at least I tested positive for it, which means I definitely had it when I gave public comment the week before that. So, if you guys are feeling under the weather, you might want to get tested. And then lastly, just talking about the textbooks campaign. I know we passed a resolution on that. So, thank you guys all again for getting that passed so quickly. I compiled the support nationally from East and West Coast. We had resolutions from Rutgers University on there, which is really cool. And as you remember, we all did it as a part of our national campaign to promote this rule that would end inclusive access. And in that public comment period where they got, lobbied from both the publishing industry as well as us, the publishing industry opposed the new rules with 72 signatories from 61 colleges. All right. Whereas our letter supporting the new rules got 123 student leaders, student government representative, faculty, and state legislators on board, with 332 individual students representing 76 colleges and universities across the state in support, which was super cool. The work that we do here, the work that we do across the state,
Really, it makes a big difference when the department ed looks and sees how many students are really in support of it and seeing how it's really a grassroots movement all across the nation. And one really cool thing is like less than an hour after I sent that national support to decision makers at the Department of Ed, we got a response from one of them saying that they were looking into it, which is super exciting to really get that immediate response from the higher ups in Department of Education. So I'm really happy about that. Thank you guys all for working on that so quickly and making sure that we got that through in time. So that's pretty much everything. So thank you all for listening to my public comment, and I am open to your questions as always.
Thank you, Jake. Floor is open. Senator Sholnoff?
Hey there, Jake. It's really great to see you, and I'm sorry to hear that you may have caught COVID. That's very unfortunate. I actually wanted to ask you something that I don't think you touched on in the report, although I might have missed it. Specifically about Platform Holly, completely unrelated to Holly Mays, who's present with us here, but every single time I get an email about Platform Holly, I always read it the wrong way. But does CalPERG have an initiative related to Platform Holly?
We're at the CalPERG Students Chapter at UCSB. I don't believe we're not running a campaign having to do with Platform Holly. I do know that some of our like legislative team on like this kind of state and national level is state levels looking at bills that have to do with like rig to reef stuff. But personally, I can't really speak on that so much. But yeah, good question.
In that case, so we've received a lot of interest in people who are interested in us taking a stand on Platform Holly, and I don't feel like I understand the complex regulatory environment well enough to endorse one of the kind of 4 main plans that are out there right now. And there's a lot of conflicting information. So I don't know. And you don't usually take you don't usually take requests, but if you can take a look at that at some point, or help us take a look at that, or guide us in the direction of people who might be able to help us take a look at that, that could be very helpful in trying to legislate on that issue.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I would definitely be happy to look at it. I mean, I will say I'm not necessarily an expert in this, but if you'd like forward me some of the different perspectives people are saying, I can talk it over with, some people that I do think would know a lot more about it, and I can definitely get back to you on that for sure.
All right, great. I'll be in touch. Thanks, Jake.
Sounds good.
Floor is open. Okay, cool. Thank you, Jake, so much for coming.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, guys. Have a nice night.
Bye, man.
Yeah. Oh, Abby again. Let me move you over, Abby. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please enunciate, but refrain from yelling. Please know this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue that is on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it will be graphic. You may only come up once, and you may choose not to answer questions. Abby, do you agree?
Yes, I do.
Do you need any more time than that?
Just really quick question, Senator Shaw. Are we going to talk about the new resolution afterwards or in the public forum for the Grammarly?
I think it will be best if we talk it afterward, and you can still speak as a student sponsor.
Okay, perfect. And so just 2 minutes is great.
Okay, cool. Go for it.
Alrighty. So hi all. As you have heard in the report of the success for the iPads for Equity project, we are getting ready for next quarter to redistribute the iPads. And the iPads are distributed week 1 of each quarter. And as we approach, we're running out of iPad return checklist papers, funny enough. So we wanted that are included in each iPad. And so these return checklist papers are vital for the success of the iPads in the iPads for Equity project, as this checklist describes specific instructions of how to return the iPads to the Basic Needs Tech program. We currently have 200 iPads in rotation, and so We were hopefully asking for $350 for printing costs of around 1,000 flyers for the next year or so. We have already spoken with AS Publications and have gotten an estimate. And as the flyers are color printed, cut in half, and hopefully on cardstock for like lasting use, it'll be around $350. And if it's just regular paper, it'll be around $250. If it were, oh yeah, $290, sorry. We have talked to Senator Rowe as well, who is not here today, unfortunately, to motion this. But we'd love your support to motion this, to keep this, these flyers up and running so we can continue the project of the iPads for Equity. And on behalf of the Strategic Operations Office, Basic Needs Tech, and all the students who rely on these iPads to grant this request to continue the operations of the iPads for Equity program by printing these checklist flyers would be exceptionally, we'd be exceptionally grateful. And yeah, we had extra, I don't know how much more time I have, but we had extra funding at the before the iPads for Equity project, but obviously since that was last year, we lost that because it wasn't rollover. So yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you. Will you be taking questions?
Yes, of course.
Floor is open. Senator Shalnov?
Hey, it's great to hear from you again, and I think you guys are doing great work. I think I might have somehow missed the numbers, you just said them, but what was the funding request number?
$350 for the cardstock, which are color printed. They're cut in half, which costs extra money as well, funny enough. But and then they are printed to bleed off the page. I don't know. I was talking to the publications and they gave me the estimate of around $350 for 1,000 copies. We just wanted to make sure that 350 could also be reduced, but we wanted to reduce the hassle of coming to you guys and asking for this printing cost as less as possible. But yeah, if necessary, we can also reduce that cost. It would just be us coming back again, asking for some more in the future.
Senator Shalnov, was there a follow-up? Yes, just feel free to speak freely.
Thanks. That sounds great. $350. And I remember that you said some statistic about this, but I'm actually forgetting now again. Could you please remind me what's the kind of average number of iPads that are loaned at a certain time out of those 200?
Yeah,
Like,
so
how many do you have on inventory versus are out?
yeah, that's a great question. So we started in the summer with our pilot program, getting around 20 to 50 iPads rolling out because the iPads, because there's 200 and we had to install like a security program with Sean from IT and Oscar. There needed to be programs installed in order for student use. Those programs take time to set up, and especially with 200 of them, Sean has a lot on his plate and he's a very busy guy. So it took a little bit longer to get, and then we got 80 iPads fall quarter, and I think we're at around 120 for this quarter, and we're hoping to go, we have all the iPads ready for 200 next quarter. So that's kind of the numbers so far. It's kind of been an upward slope of getting all the iPads in commission from the pilot program to now, just because of timing purposes and everything like that. There's been no holdup other than just like giving Sean and Oscar the time to really set up those iPads fully.
Okay, I got it. So is that the main obstacle? It's not the number of students interested, it's whether iPads are ready?
Yeah. So
So
there
of those
has
120, do you have an estimate as to how many are out in circulation?
currently around, I want to say 90. I could look at the exact number, but somewhere between 90 and 100. There's a few, we can't give out all of them right now because we don't have enough of the flyers. Because the return checklist, the return checklist, you need to make sure, like, I could share my screen as well to show what it says, but it's basically erasing all your data from the iPads to ensure that it can be given back, because there's been 2 iPads that students haven't done that, and then we have to give it back to Sean and Oscar to rewipe it, and then it can go back. So it just is kind of a time-consuming process. Yeah.
Yeah, the funding makes perfect sense to me. The question I was kind of getting at there was more on the end of whether you needed additional funding to be able to fund a marketing campaign for the iPads, but it sounds like you do have enough interest to satisfy the supply you're able to provide.
We definitely have enough interest, but thank you for that concern. And we also have been working with I don't think the AS president's newsletter has been fully executed yet. Honestly, not sure on my end, but we do have a little like advertisement in that, and also through social media and kind of word of mouth. It's been going really well so far. We're also considering a all campus wide email to really promote the project. But yeah, flyers could also be a really great use for that as well. We might, I think we have the demand right now currently, but in the future, definitely that could be a possibility.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much
Thank you so
for
much.
coming back, Abby.
Thank you.
Thank you both. The floor is open. Okay, Abby, would you mind sending the those motions that you wanted in the chat?
Do you just want me to like type them, or do you want me to send the? Okay.
Yeah, just type them. That'd be perfect.
Okay.
She does that. Thank you, Abby, so much for coming. Next we have Mohammed, if you're still here. I don't see a Mohammed in the attendees list, unless, Mohammed, are you iPhone 8? Thank you, Abby. Okay, I'm gonna assume Mohammed has left. But that's the end of public forum. So now would you guys like to go to okay, actually before we continue with legislation, Billy has been here for a while and I know he wants to make that report. So if it's cool with everyone, I'd like to go to President Cabinet's report. Okay, cool. President Cabinet's report. Billy? There we go. Okay, Billy, you can start whenever you want.
Hello, everybody. It's me again. So very exciting. We are planning on bringing back the AS Olympics. Yeah. Um, so AS Olympics, I think the last time we had it was in 2018, so a long time ago. And then if you go Google it, AS Olympics, UCSB, you can actually see some pictures back then, and it looks pretty fun. And so, as part of the initiative to kind of bring all the offices, all the branches, all the BCUs closer to each other and really foster this, associate students community, we're hoping to revamp the AS Olympics. Um, so unfortunately, my friend Henry is not here today, so it would just be me presenting this kind of this rough idea that we already have. And we're also open to suggestions, so feel free to kind of like brainstorm as we go about like our initial plan. So yeah, okay. So, opening ceremony. We're gonna go through this thing as if it's an actual Olympics. We have actually contacted Thunderdome, and hopefully they actually have the availability to host us. So, if everything goes right, we're gonna have it in the Thunderdome, and then we're gonna first start with the opening ceremony, and then each team, which I'll get into later, will have their own t-shirt, and then we'll do a little like Olympics entrance with each team carrying their own flag and walking in with music. So also there's gonna be we're gonna set up the stands so people can sit around. And yeah, can we go to the next slide, please? So here's the how we want to divide a team, but this is not finalized yet because we recognize there are a lot of people in AS. and it's super hard to get everybody into a team. And we want to get as many people to participate as possible, but also kind of having this format of people belonging to their respective offices or branches. So the initial idea right now is to have 10 teams, and each office slash branch will have their own team, and each team will have 15 people on them. So for the senators, you guys are gonna have 15 senators to participate in the event, hopefully. And then for the VCU, because we have so many VCU, so for now we're gonna have 4 VCU teams, and then we're gonna send out a interest form, so for people to sign up, and then randomly assign them into 4 teams. So this is how we want to organize the team as of right now. Can we go to the next slide, please? And here are the games. So the games are also not finalized, but we're gonna have a relay race as the first race just to get everybody riled up. We're gonna have different impediments, hula hoops, wheelbarrow race, sack race, toilet paper race, you name it. It's gonna be a relay. So the entire court of the Thunderdome is gonna be divided into different sections. And different sections is gonna have different challenges you have to go through. And the last challenge has to be the leader or the head of the team, which is the head of the office. So Senate will be pro temp, IVP, you got the president, UPS, EPLA. They're gonna do the last one, and it's gonna be the hardest one. So they're gonna go last. And then the second game is red light, green light. I think everybody knows this game. And this game, we're hoping to get as many people to participate as possible. So it will be the entire arena, and then we'll just get everybody on one side of the arena, and then the other side will be the finish line. And then we're gonna do a rapid, fast red light, green light to see how many people on each team can get to the end by the time ends. And the next one is puzzle. So this one's actually not really athletic in a sense, because puzzles, we're gonna have like a speed puzzle games. So we're gonna have 10 puzzles, which are exactly the same. And then we'll have probably 2 or 3 people on each team to start putting the puzzles together at the same time. And who finishes first will win the prize. Tug of war, very easy, just tug of war. Next one, music chairs. So this one, instead of music, we're gonna have Leo code. So basically, we're gonna have someone reading the Constitution of the Associate Students, and yeah, and it's a great chance for us to refresh our memories, also actually know what the legal code says. So that's gonna be in the music chairs section, and then the last one is gonna be speed dodgeball. Fram, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just gonna jump in unless IVP clear.
Yeah, go ahead. If that's okay with.
Can you hear me?
Sorry.
Oh dear. Oh, you can. You can. Okay, yeah.
I can hear
finish
you.
on.
So.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Is there any chance that you could throw a beat behind the person reading legal code and have them, make this a bit more fun?
Oh yeah, we can
Okay,
definitely do
absolutely.
that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. So yeah, everything right now is in the planning stage. So after the meeting, we'll send out a form, like a feedback form. So you can put in like, oh, I want this game, or I don't think this is a good idea. So we'll like read through the feedback, and then we'll make some changes. But yeah, this is like the initial ideas. Everything's up for change right now. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, so the next one is speed dodgeball. This one, because we have 10 teams to compete, and then we're gonna divide it into like different like a brackets. So we want to make it as fast as possible. So only 5 people is gonna go, and then 20 seconds. So rapid fire, just go for it. Hit as many people as you can, and in 20 seconds, and then if you're in, you're in. You go to the next round. So basically, that's the speech dodgeball, and we'll go over the rules when we get to the date itself. So don't worry about the rules for now. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yes. So here's how we determine the winners. So basically, for each game, we will have a winner in a sense for first place, second place, and third place. And then for each game, if you win the game, you will get a medal, basically. But we also have a general point system. So basically, each games you win, you will get a certain amount of points. And at the end of all the games, we'll tally up all the points of each office each teams have, and then we'll get the final winners of the Olympics. So we'll get the final first place, second place, and third place, depending on how many points you got. We do this because maybe let's, for example, like Senate won 4 games, and ASOP won like 5 games. But for the rest of the games, ASOP were second place and Senate was third place. So in that sense, ASOP will have more points at the end. So ASOP will be the top dog, right? Not saying that's gonna happen. That's probably gonna happen. But yeah. So at the end, we'll have 3 actual winners, and then we're thinking about, instead of medals, because we're gonna give out medals for each tiny games, we're gonna have a trophy. So a bigger one, smaller one, and a tiny one for the winners at the end. So yeah, can we go to the next one, please? And yeah, so we already secured Thunderdome. They're available for week 2 and week 3 of the weekend. So we're hoping to do it on a Saturday or Sunday, so everyone can come out. I know week 1 is Deltopia, so we're thinking about either doing week 2 or week 3. So there's some time, like take a breather, get yourself ready for the Olympics. So hopefully we're gonna have, depending on everybody's availability. So it's either gonna happen week 2 or week 3 of spring quarter. Next slide, please. So this is our preliminary budget, which is also not finalized yet. The only thing that we are finalized is the price for the Thunderdome. And then food, we're thinking about having a snack bar or having some kind of catering or food truck even to set up on the side of the Thunderdome. So people who are not participating in the events can also grab some food, grab some drinks, not drinks, but like, beverages on the side. Yeah, and then we'll also need some equipment like the hula loops, dodgeballs. I know we can probably get some equipment from the rec center, but that's still to be determined. And of course, we'll need some funding for the t-shirts and flags, etc., and trophies and medals. So this is a very, I'd say, conservative budget as of right now. As we get more information on how much we're going to spend for each thing, we'll have a more detailed budget breakdown. And next slide, please. And yeah, so that's it. Feel free to kind of talk about it, what's your initial thoughts, suggestions, and everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Billy. Floor is open. Senator Carlson.
I absolutely adore this idea. The only thing I was going to say was if I would suggest, I don't know if I saw a number for it, but like music, amplification, keep the energy up, keep people motivated, keep them moving. Because then when you have someone organizing and moving stuff around, it's really easy for like when the music starts, that's when the activities start. When the music ends, right? That's when you have like your curator or like your organizer come over it and like, hey guys, we gotta move things. Let's move on to the next round. And then the music starts up again. It's just we used to have Olympics at our in my like grade school, middle school, high school, all the time. This is something that we love doing.
Gotcha. No, yeah,
Thank
that's
you
a great.
so much.
Yeah. We're gonna have our MCs. Don't worry. Yeah.
Senator Shanoff.
Well, I'm actually glad that you presented this on the day that the vice chancellor is here, because I'm not really sure how the process works for AS to be able to give out volunteer hours. But since it is the Olympics, I think it would be hilarious if you got Greek Life to volunteer to help put it on. I don't know if any of that is legal or possible or anything of the sort, but if it is, then that could be fun to see.
Yeah, we definitely need a lot of volunteers. Also, we need referees, right? So that's definitely a huge part of the volunteers that we get. So, I mean, if Margaret can answer the question too, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the answer. I'm happy to find out for you.
I
That'd
meant
be
it
great.
kind of
Thank you.
jokingly. I don't think I think we'll go through the regular channels. We don't need to jump straight to you, but I really appreciate you being willing to help us out on that, Vice Chancellor.
Excellent. Thank you. Floor is open. Senator Zah.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for your detailed report. It's always a pleasure to hear from you.
It's my pleasure to be here.
Floor is open. Senator Shaw.
Yeah, but I completely wanted to echo that. Seriously, it's really great to have people like you working hard for our association, and I'm excited to actually see everyone in a fun context. Dare I add, for once, in the Thunderdome. So that's an exciting idea.
Oh yeah, this is the whole point of AS Olympics. Just get the things out there. You know, if you don't like somebody, go to dodgeball, right? So.
Floor is open. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Billy. This seems so fun. I'm excited for it.
All right. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. Oh, wait. I did have a question. Sorry, I almost forgot.
Okay.
You gave us a tentative budget breakdown. I wanted to know
Yes.
do you guys know if there's an account you'd be drawing from? I'm assuming leadership, but just curious.
Yeah, I was under the impression that Senate unallocated is a little bit depleted, or it's probably leadership at this point, right?
Leadership is probably the best bet, but there is money in Senate unallocated if the Senate chose to give it.
Okay.
Senator Shalanoff?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not 100% current on all the accounts, but I do know that leadership was used at least partially for AS1, and my impression was it was the primary expenditure there, and it feels to me like this is a pretty similar class of expenditure. If funding is necessary additionally from Senate, that's something I'm sure we could consider, but we'd obviously want the finalized budget and not an estimate at that point.
Senator Carlson?
For me, I can't speak for everybody else, but as we get closer to the event, right, in spring quarter, and we reevaluate kind of some of the expenditures that we kind of see kind of coming around the corner within the next couple of weeks, um, did you have a date for this event, really quick?
Yeah. So, our tentative date is the second weekend of spring quarter. So hopefully it's either gonna be Saturday or Sunday that weekend.
Okay, so I suppose there's a lot of moving parts, things that are kind of going on, and then we'll kind of see how that affects a Senate unallocated. But when it comes to kind of throwing these events, like, for uh, AS leadership, among other things, and kind of to bridge that kind of like sense of community that we're looking for, I see no reason. Obviously, I speak for myself. I see no reason why Senate allocated couldn't be used, at least in part, to help mobilize or help alleviate some cost in case we don't pull from leadership, or if we pull a little bit from ASOP, a little bit from Senate. And if the BCUs even wanted to chip in to kind of say like, oh yeah, we did this to kind of, help bridge them together, that might be a fun avenue to pursue as well.
Yeah.
All stakeholders, right? But yeah,
I get
thank
that.
you so
I get
much.
that. Yeah. Thank you.
Senator. Floor is open for anything else. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Billy.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. Okay. So now we can go through legislation, if that's cool with everyone else. Before we also have action items, huh? Okay. No, Senator Shanoff?
Sorry, before we get into legislation, could we do a quorum check really quickly?
Oh, good call. Can everyone raise their hands if they're here? Oh, God. Could someone double
That's
check
9, so
Emily?
we don't immediately have quorum, but we can definitely wait until we do.
Yeah, good call. Good catch. Um, okay.
Michelle, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I thought I saw someone put down their hand, so I put my hand down.
So if Emily were okay,
Oh,
so
perfect.
that is
Thank
quorum,
you.
but if anyone leaves, we lose quorum immediately.
Yeah. Good catch. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So, back to legislation. Before we continue, does anyone want to motion something on the agenda?
Yes.
Senator Zha?
I motion to add a resolution to include a routing fee for the Grammarly for Education subscription on ballot into new business.
There was a motion to add to, oh, wait, let me be exact. You already sent it out, right?
Yeah, it's on the on here.
Okay, perfect. There's been a motion to add a resolution to include a lock-in fee for the Grammarly for Education subscription on the ballot. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Yamanishi. We're now in discussion.
Call the question.
I recall the question. Objection to call the question.
Consent.
Consent. Objection to consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Eric and Michelle, were your hands up already, or? Okay, I'm gonna lower your hands just in case, but feel free to re-raise them. Right before I call on you, Shawna, there is, as the president mentioned last week, there's procedures for motioning stuff on the agenda. I had a short discussion, people about it, and there's in standing policies and procedures, there's like a requirement for like a 2-minute speech on why something is like so time sensitive that it has to be motioned on. I think we can all kind of see why it's time sensitive and it has to be motioned on, but Senator Zot, would you like to explain why this must be motioned on the agenda? There's no other alternative.
Yes, of course. So, as the legal code stated, the deadline for the Senate to add anything onto the ballot related to a routing fee will be the week 9 of winter quarter. Since we probably were not going to meet later in the week, if we don't vote on the resolution to add a routing, it means we have to wait another year to do it. As such, given its time-sensitive nature, I'd like to add it to the agenda by ways of a motion.
Cool. Thank you so much. It was just for the minutes. Okay. Senator Shaw, did you still have something to say, or should we go into the legislation?
I can't remember. So it must not have been important.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so back to the top.
I'm so sorry. Actually,
Go for it.
sorry. I do remember, and may I?
Yeah, feel free.
Could you scroll down, Mingjin? But it's motion to add motion to add strategic operations office funding under item G action items.
Yes, good memory. Did you make a
Second.
motion? Okay, sorry, motion to add. Sorry, my brain is gone.
I saw that, Sydney, by the way.
Motion to add strategic operations office funding under item G action items. Second by Zah. We're now in discussion.
A question.
I call the question. Objection to call the question.
Consent.
Or consent. Objection to consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Could someone also add the elections timeline to the agenda? I can send a little link. Or to action items. Approval of the elections board timeline. Floor is open.
Is it not in the minutes?
It's in the minutes, but actually, at least every year I've seen it, it was always approved separately during action items. I suppose it's not exactly necessary, because the Senate's approving either way. Yeah, if you guys think it's a waste of time, we don't have to do it.
I'm only a little worried because it's 10:30.
Oh yes, okay, good call. Okay, let's skip that. We do have to be out by 11. We lose our minute takers then. Okay, well let's just go right into legislation. Oh, Senator Carlson.
Just before, did we close the agenda because I really want to make sure that I get a chance to speak about something, even if it takes like a couple minutes at the end, just because uh, we have like this library exhibit thing that's coming along pretty fast. And since if this is the last meeting of the quarter, uh, I think funding might need to be like at least open for that. I don't know if we'll need to use it, but I want to just be able to have that ready on hand just in case.
Okay. Wait, do you mean close the agenda, like approve the agenda?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Is there something you want to add to the agenda that we should do?
Like maybe the action items, and it would be library exhibit funding.
Feel free to make the motion. Floor is open.
Okay.
Carlson.
Motion to add to action items library exhibit funding.
There's been a motion to add to action items library exhibit funding. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Lebowski. We're on discussion.
A question.
I already called the question. Objection to call the question.
Consent.
Consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Okay. Is there anything else? Floor is open. Senator Shanoff.
Motion to accept the agenda with additions.
There's been a motion to accept the agenda with additions. Is there a second? A second by Carlson. We're on discussion.
A question.
I already called the question. Objection to call the question.
Consent.
I already consent. Objection to consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Okay. Back to the top. We did this one. I believe we were on a bill to specify executive orders as explicit power of ASCCSB. Back to the first wing.
Hey, it's been a second since we've gotten into legislation, but now I'm just going to discuss this piece of legislation because I feel like it's very important. If you haven't given this a look, please give it a look because this is something that concerns pretty much the fate of our entire association potentially. But that was very dramatic, but maybe it shouldn't be this dramatic. This is something that has been in the works since last year, mostly to a response to former IVP B. Schaefer. Last year, when there were concerns due to when former IVP B. Schaefer had concerns due to anti-Blackness, she went on strike. But in doing so, as IVP, she didn't necessarily convene Senate, and Senate was deadlocked. That meant that honoraria couldn't be dispersed, that work couldn't be done because Senate was deadlocked. As a solution, former President Gurley Pabla issued a series of executive orders, but the one executive order that many contest is the one to remove IVP B. Schaefer from office, which many people, including IVP Kalia, have mentioned is unconstitutional. But that's all in the past. The purpose of this legislation is to codify the phrase executive order into legal code because right now there is exactly one mention of executive orders. That is in the Constitution that says the AS president should be empowered to make executive orders with the stipulation that it be subject to whatever is in the bylaws. And there are no bylaws that specify what an executive order is, which is why this legislation is necessary. Now, what is an executive order? Well, it is in the whereas clause, but the way it's defined in most organizations is pretty much a directive towards any entity or any organization to execute or refrain from a specific action. And that's what's being written in legal code as well. Now, you might also recognize that there isn't any restrictions against legal executive order, and that's because there's a lot of reasons for that. In the United States, the way executive orders work is they are checked as executive actions by the judicial branch, which means the Supreme Court does have the power to overturn executive order, but it's not written here for many reasons. One of them being that that's not what the Judicial Council of UCSB was intended to do. But all that's to say that the purpose of this bill is to codify and define executive orders in legal code. I yield.
To the second, Senator Shanoff.
Thanks, Alvin. That's a great introduction of an important piece of legislation. The only thing I wanted to add was that this particular piece of legislation started as a conversation between Adam Bagul, if you all remember him, Indigo, Alvin, Gurleen, and Tessa, who was at the time a senator, and myself. And as I understand it, Alvin at the time had done the legwork in preparing the legislation, a version of which you see today, and Indigo and Adam McGool, sort of were the people proposing it. And anyway, this has been the conclusion of months of discussion, of just really serious thinking, because we don't often get to engage in sort of this thoughtful statecraft in constructing our AS that we operate in. And Alvin, Tessa, Gerline, Adam, and Indigo, and myself spent a good amount of our time and a lot of thought on this. And I just want that to be reflected in the record.
Thank you, Senator. Before I open the floor, I have a quick, Senator Wayne.
And I just want to say that even though we did spend a lot of time, I just want to clarify for all senators that this is something that has been in the works for a really long time, which means that there's a lot of things, a lot of avenues that we thought of that you might be thinking of right now. And there are no, I guess, dumb opinions, if you will. Like, yeah. So feel free to give your opinions, please.
Thank you, Alvin, or Senator Wayne. Senator Shanoff?
Yeah, I just want to add that almost anything you could possibly think of as an alternative to this piece of legislation was at one point the draft for this piece of legislation. And we really had to think hard about what statements we wanted to make about checks and balances.
Thank you, Senator. Right before I open the floor, I could have sworn I've seen this piece of legislation before. Do either of you guys know if it was ever proposed? Or maybe I just saw a version of it before it was, no? Okay. Maybe I was just shared with it.
It was never proposed, but the resolution that the bill that you might be talking about was the Policy 39 one.
Maybe. No, it was definitely about executive.
Policy 39 one came last year.
Yeah. I might have just seen a copy of it or something. Senator Zah?
Yes, I thank the authors for their hard work of drafting this legislation. But I have only one concern though. Given how executive order have been used in the past, I would like to say a statement. I would like to say a stipulation that says the Senate can overturn an executive order by simple majority if it was used to remove an elected official. Because I feel like that's the only, I would say, impartial way for its elected official to be removed, not by recall election, but by executive order. I believe that required a large extent of consensus. I yield.
Senator Shanoff?
Thank you so much, Senator Jha. And what you're getting at there is perhaps the most important issue that was discussed in the process that led to the creation of this piece of legislation, which is whether or not the Senate should have such a direct authority to repeal an executive order at all, and if so, in what circumstance. And I'll expose that in the history of this legislation, I originally was a strong advocate for Senate having oversight over executive orders, and I also wanted to specify exact categories of executive orders that would be appropriate and what wouldn't, to avoid any gray area, because right now we exist in this flux. And unfortunately, I think something that a lot of people were right about from the start, and in particular, Gerline was right about from the start, which is that there's a real difficulty when we start imposing such a rigid structure on executive orders. And if the executive order cannot do something, if we explicitly say it cannot do something, or we explicitly create this process for what it cannot do, that raises questions about what it can do. And we probably don't want to start in the negative direction. We probably don't want to start saying executive orders can do anything except these things. We probably want to go the other way. We probably want to say executive orders can do this, this, and that. And at the moment, there just isn't a consensus on that issue. It's not clear whether an executive order to remove somebody is constitutional. And I believe the Judicial Council, in the end, ruled that they didn't have an opinion yet, which is a frustrating result. But it's a result from the fact that we need these executive orders to be vague, because the entire purpose is to act in emergencies that aren't foreseen in the bylaws. And simultaneously, we need the executive orders to be executive. We need the executive, the single person, to have the authority to make sweeping decisions because of the nature of this kind of emergency decision making is necessary when there isn't consensus. So I hear you absolutely, but I think that there's a good reason we haven't included that stipulation, and it's not because we didn't think of the suggestion. So I appreciate the question.
Thank you, Senator. Floor is open. Senator Zha?
I will meet with the authors after the meeting to discuss this issue further, but for the sake of the time, maybe we can just table it since it's a bylaw amendment.
Floor is open.
Senator Zha? I motion to table a bill to specify executive orders as an explicit power to ASU's SB president to the next Senate meeting.
There's been a bill to specify executive orders as an explicit power to the ASU CSB president until the next Senate meeting. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Carlson. We're on discussion. Senator Wayne?
Call the question.
I already called the question. Objection to call the question.
Consent.
Consent. Objection to consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Okay. Okay. A financial resolution seeking to allocate honorary to Ivy Arts. To the first, Caro.
Hi, everyone. This is a pretty short and straightforward piece of legislation. It just reallocates the current Ivy Arts budget to allocate honoraria to the current board. Yeah, I yield.
Thank you, Senator. To the second, Zha.
Yeah, I just want to give a special shout out to Senator Carroll for all of her hard work with the Ivy Art issue, which is very, very, very complex. She has been amazing, and she basically wrote the entire resolution, and it's amazing as well. Yeah, I yield.
Thank you, Senator. Floor is open. Senator Yamanishi.
Motion to pass a financial resolution seeking to allocate honoraria to Ivy Arts.
There's been a motion to pass a financial resolution seeking to allocate honoraria to Ivy Arts. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Second by Senator Shalnov. We're now discussion.
Question.
I recall the question. Objection to call to question.
Consent.
Or consent. Objection to consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Okay. And then there was a resolution to include a lock-in fee for the Grammarly Premium subscription on ballot. To the first, Senator Zha.
Yes, as you just heard from the wonderful report from Abigail, I think the Grammarly subscription will be great, especially considering it will only cost $13 annually. The only cost is money, and we do have a structure for that, which is locking. I want to direct your attention to the number we write here, which is $6.77 per quarter, which will add up to about $19 per year. The reason we did that it is my understanding that our locking will be minus about 33% to back to 8. So in order for us to receive $13 annually, we have to ask for 133% of that. So we will have $13 annually. So that's the reason behind that number. If the executive director would like, maybe she could point us to a more clear equation for calculate the back to 8 charge. I yield.
Marcelo, are you available to do that? Okay, that's possible she might have just stepped away. We can always come back to her. Oh, Senator Shalnov? Oh, wait. Dr. Marquez? Sorry, Senator.
Sorry, I missed the question.
Yes, so what's the percentage of a locking fee that we are going to back to 8?
For administration of it, or a return to 8?
Yeah, return to 8.
It's a formula. I don't have it. I think if Michael is still on the call, he might have it. I could look it up for you.
Senator Shalnov?
I think it is slightly more complex, Senator Zha, than you might be thinking it is, just because there's slightly different categories that California law wants UCSB to, like, there's a breakdown. So I think it might be productive to actually have slightly different language where we leave it to somebody else to calculate that, and we might direct the executive director to calculate that. I don't know if that's actually legal though.
It is.
Michael's here.
Well, it is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. For interrupting, the whatever goes on the ballot is essentially what is charged. How it becomes the formula and approved by the office of the president is in an iterative process. So we propose something, then they would comment back before it goes on your ballot. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Senator Shanoff?
And in that step, would it be possible to be open with them that what we're looking for isn't $6.70, 77 cents, but actually we're looking that after calculation, we have this amount of funding. Can you help us reach that number? Is that something they can help us do?
Precisely that, yes.
Okay. Could we maybe pass that as a separate motion? How do you want us to express that sentiment officially?
I think a simple motion directing me and Michael to do that, and Michael has a comment as well.
Michael?
Yeah, my comment, hi. Is there's a fee calculation based on budget office spreadsheet work, which varies dependent on the lock-in we're speaking to. Historically, it's ranged from an average in the 20% area, but it ranges at the bottom end from 13% up to 25. That's RTA. Administrative fee is specific to AS, and that ranges from a penny per registered student upwards of a percentage of the overall lock-in, 3% pre the student initiative that's carried forward. So it does vary, and it would have to have consultation with the BAP office, budget and planning.
Thank you, Michael. Floor is open.
Yeah, so I have a question to Senator Shanov and AS staffs. So how do you think we should phrase the language in the ballot so we can reflect we want $13 annually?
The net.
The net, yeah. So it's in your motion. This isn't the final language for the ballot. The Senate will need to vote to approve the final language that goes onto the ballot. So you can right now simply motion the work that needs to be accomplished before the ballot is finalized.
Could you just remind me, Senator Jha, what the total cost per student per year is for the subscription?
$13.
$13 exactly.
Yeah. So what we have right now is the creation of a net $4.35 per quarter. Will this be fine?
Was that a question directed at someone?
Yeah, maybe everyone who.
I think I have a motion that might answer your question, Senator Jha, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sounds good.
There's Shanoff.
Motion to pass a resolution to include lock-in fee for the Grammarly premium subscription on ballot.
Motion to pass. Can you say that one more time? I'm so sorry.
Motion to pass a resolution to include a lock-in fee for the Grammarly premium subscription on ballot.
Okay. Motion to pass a resolution to include a lock-in fee for the Grammarly for education subscription on ballot. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Yamanishi. We're now in discussion.
Call the question.
I hear call the question. Is there objection to call the question?
Consent.
All right, consent. Is there objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Shanoff?
Motion to direct the Executive Director and Associate Director of Finance and Budget to work with the UC Office of the President and other relevant stakeholders to advocate for a final ballot language that results in a $13 per student per year funding stream after return to aid and other administrative fees.
Motion to direct the Executive Director and Associate Director of Finance and Budget to work with the UC Office of the President and other relevant stakeholders to advocate for a final ballot language that results in a $13 per student per year funding stream after return to aid and other administrative fees. Seconded by Yamanishi. We're on discussion. I see that the chair of elections board had their hand raised. Caesar, is there something you'd like to add?
Yeah, so I had a question for the executive director. You mentioned iterative process whereby UCOP reviews the ballot language that we've sent for approval. In the past, have those included
It was in front of
conversations?
me and
Sorry.
Oh, I think that was an accident. Please continue.
I'm sorry, I was unmuted.
Oh,
I apologize.
you're all right. In the past, has that included a conversation with the authors of the ballot language to, I mean, does UCOP, like, based on what is in the motion, then provide us with the language that gets us where we want to be, or gets the authors of the fee initiative to where they want to be, or do they just tell us like you need to change this or it's fine?
It is, thank you for the question. It's iterative, meaning that some questions may come back to the campus, as Michael was saying, it might come back to the budget and planning office. Some questions may come back directly all the way to the authors. So it depends. That's what I mean by it being iterative. And the authors, as well as budget and planning for the campus, may have questions for them. So we go back and forth depending on what type of legislation is being used to put something on a ballot, as well as what the purpose of that particular fee might be. In this particular case, we're talking about an application that, and the Office of the President may come up with another solution or another way to fund this, and not be a campus-based fee, for example, because they have more information than the campus does. Does that make sense? So our goal is this, or your goal is this. They may come up with an alternative way of achieving this without it going to a campus based mandatory fee.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay, we're still in discussion on the motion.
Got question.
I call the question. Is there objection to call the question?
Consent.
I hear consent. Objection to consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Okay, we have 8 minutes left. We have to get out of here by the time the minute takers leave. So can we please approve minutes? Senator Shaw?
Sorry, on that note, I don't want to be here after 11 any more than anybody else does, but since the meeting is being recorded, if it is possible to go longer than 11, there's an extraordinarily important conversation that we need to have about funding, both SEAL and HIP, that really needs to happen before the next quarter. And so we could end this meeting and convene another Zoom meeting next week as a special meeting just for that discussion. And I wouldn't mind that, but I also don't want to cut in people's dead week. So one of those two things needs to happen.
Wait, Holly or Marcella, is it possible to continue with the recording afterwards, or I'm kind of leaning towards special meeting?
I don't know that that the Senate has done that for any other topic. If you wanted to do that, you can, of course, if you don't lose quorum. And even if you lose quorum, you could discuss. The issue is then whatever's still discussed, if you're still in meetings, then the minute takers still have to transcribe whatever you all discuss, we all discuss. So that's the trade-off, the benefit and the cost.
Is it, would we be able to hit quorum dead week?
First, the Dean of Student Life would need to give her agreement that a formal meeting can be held, because, as you know, formal meetings are not held during study week or finals week. And if that's granted, then yes.
Senator Zah?
A question to Senator Shamnov. That's the results of those discussion needs to generate a binding motion, because if we don't have to make a binding motion, we can just talk, and we can talk for however long we want.
There's some amount that we could just talk, but there are binding motions that need to be made. In particular, at the very least, a motion on a consensus of whether we want F&B to continue with a first come first serve philosophy, or whether we want them to apply a more stringent standard. That motion should really happen before the first F&B meeting of spring, which this is our last Senate meeting before then. And then additionally, there's 3 different fairly compelling, 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 3 diff and very time-sensitive requests for funding from the HIP fund. And they contradict one another. So we need to make a decision at the very least between those three, even if we don't formally fund.
How about would this work if we had a discussion at some point during Dead Week and then all of the actual motions were done over email vote, or would you prefer like a full on meeting? Senator Lebowski?
If I may put in my opinion, is that we could, if we talk fast, we could try to get this done as quickly as possible tonight. So we don't have to come back next week and vote on it and go through that whole long process.
Okay, but before we can do any of this, could we approve minutes and appointments just super quick? I'm stressed about the elections board minutes. Senator Zah?
Yes, I motion to bundle and approve our minutes.
Motion to bundle and approve all minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Senator Bendari. We're now in discussion.
A question.
I call the question. Objection to call the question.
Consent.
Or consent. Objection to consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Floor is open. Senator Zah?
Motion to bundle and approve our appointments.
There's been a motion to bundle approve all appointments. Is there a second?
Second, Carlson.
Second by Carlson. We're now in discussion.
A question.
Objection.
Heard objection.
Withdraw my motion.
Oh, withdraw the motion. Okay. Floor is open. I did not see who made the objection.
Motion to bundle and approve all appointments and resignations.
Good catch, Yamanisha. Senator Zah?
Yeah, I amend my previous motion to bundle and approve our appointments and resignations.
There's a motion to bundle and approve all appointments and resignations. Is there a second? Second by Carlson.
Second.
We're now in discussion.
A question.
I call the question. Objection to call the question.
Consent.
Consent. Objection to consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Floor is open. Senator Zah?
Let me.
I-
Yeah, Senator commits
Senator
motion.
Shalno?
Yeah, a motion to fund the strategic, well, in action items G, under strategic operations office funding, I'd like to make a motion to fund the strategic operations office $350 for additional return information cards, iPad for equity, from Senate unallocated.
There's been a motion to fund the Strategic Operations Office.
$350.
$350 for
Additional return information cards, iPads for equity.
additional return information cards for iPads for equity from Senate allocated. Is there a second?
Second, Carlson.
Second by Carlson. We're now in discussion.
A question.
I call the question. Objection to the question.
Consent.
Or consent. Objection to consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you for the help on the motion. Floor is open. Senator Shalno?
Yeah, at this stage, if people are willing to hang out while the reporting keeps running and we could talk for about 15 minutes about the other two topics, that would be perfect.
Senator Bendari?
Okay, I had a little, I talked to Jessica. I have a little concern about my position, and I wanted to discuss that because it's kind of important. An email was sent out. So I basically had a meeting with Jessica about my Senate position, and she said like it was a systematic error on the system's part, which is why I'm CCS senator, although I am currently in the Letters of Science. So an email was sent out to the two pro temp chairs and Soham IVP Kalia. So I think if Soham could read out that email, and then we could go from there because that is kind of a pressing matter as well.
Yes. Okay. Let's speedrun this. I'm not gonna read the whole email, kind of long, but I'll read out the bold parts. Jessica said, this is a systematic error. Senator Bendari should not experience any retaliation for this error, and then suggested two courses of action. One, the Senate can motion a staff directly to enact corrective measures and kind of relabel her as an LNS senator. Or two, the Senate could invite Bendari to resign and then reappoint her through the ad hoc process. I don't know what you guys are feeling. What works the best for the Senate? I was suggesting maybe if ad hoc was willing to just recommend her appointment today, and maybe she could resign and then yes, Senator Shalnoff?
This is something that we discussed in the ad hoc meeting. Unfortunately, we weren't able to make quorum, Eric, looking at you. So in general, I think that the path where Senator Bendari resigns and then is appointed in the same motion or in the same breath is probably the best path. However, it is a bit unfortunate, and I don't understand what compels us to actually act on this at the moment, in the sense that motions have been made. And as I understand it, we would need somebody to object to Senator Bandari's seating and as a formal objection, and that would trigger this process. And there's just a lot of qualified candidates that we'd like to put in through LNS. And if we cannot lose Senator Bandari in the, like, if we cannot lose the CCS spot that way, because we don't have anyone from CCS applying, that's sort of my concern.
Senator Bandari and then Senator Zah.
Well, this is what Jessica told me to take the action and kind of recommend this to the Senate. The email was sent out to you as well. So nothing was really mentioned about me staying in CCS. Both options were kind of just me moving to the vacant LNS position. So yeah.
Okay, Senator Zah.
Before we do any of that, I have a very important question for the chair. Are we in a formal session? Because if those information were disclosed in a formal session, we are compelled to act upon it. But if we are not in a formal session, we can pretend we didn't hear any of that and just move on.
Quorum check, please. 1, 2. Oh no, we only have 3. I guess it wasn't a formal session, was it? Could we adjourn at 11 and then continue this conversation?
Yeah,
Senator Shanoff?
Sorry, I'm not sure I feel very comfortable with that. We have discussed this, but I don't see any issue. I mean, I can't speak for what the ad hoc committee will do, but I think that we could probably try to make an ad hoc Zoom meeting later this week and vote on that. And then it could be included in the email vote as a resignation and appointment. I don't see an issue with that.
Sounds reasonable to me. I am actually now concerned about quorum. I don't think we even have quorum to adjourn. But Senator Shanoff?
If we lost quorum, the meeting, as I understand Robert's Rules of Order, can just be adjourned as a result of losing quorum.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Well, if that's cool with everyone, thank you so much for the minute takers for coming. I suppose this is Senator Shanoff?
Right. Since we are all on Zoom, and those of us who are here, the very least, if people don't mind, while so many of the relevant stakeholders are here, I'd like to present these ideas in a very condensed format to prepare you for later. And maybe if you have some thoughts or collaborations in the intervening period, I guess we'll need to try to have a Zoom meeting to make a vote, maybe over spring break or something. I don't know. But if I could present that while we're still on Zoom, that could be helpful.
Yeah, go for it. I guess meeting's over, so if everyone speak freely.
Well, I don't mean to keep you guys even later than you're here, but if Michael and Dr. Marquez could stay on for a few minutes, that could be very helpful, because I'm sure your insight will be helpful here, and I haven't had a chance to speak about this with you. Sorry, excuse me. I'm sorry. Hey, Holly.
Yeah, thank you. I don't mean to interrupt you. Would you like me all to stop the live stream and the recording? I kept it going in case we went a couple minutes over for the minutes, but I just want to clarify with you all if that should continue or if it should stop.
Oh, it should definitely stop. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. I'll go ahead and do that. So Senator Shalnov, if you give me like 2 seconds to stop it, then you can go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. If you don't mind actually recording like as a separate file this next section, it might be helpful for later, just because we might have some fruitful discussion here.
Yeah.
But